Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I thought I was being careful when I didn't open my door during the blizzard, until the police told me there were footprints all around my house, but none leading away. That one sentence pretty much ruined winter for me. This happened last year, in the middle of one of those Midwest whiteouts, where the weather guy stops trying to be funny and just tells you straight up not to leave your house. I live alone at the dead end of a county road in Minnesota. No roommates, no kids, no upstairs neighbor stomping around. Just me, this old one-story house, a couple of security cameras, and whatever the wind drags across the fields at night. That night, the wind was bad enough that the whole place felt like it was inside a tunnel. The power flickered a few times. The furnace kept kicking on, and I remember thinking, if something goes wrong out here, nobody's getting to me for hours. You know that thought you get sometimes? The one that starts with, what if someone tried to break in right now? I had that thought more than once. I locked the doors, checked the cameras, and told myself I was just being paranoid. Then, a little after 10:30, I heard something hit the road out front. Hard. A thud, metal scraping on asphalt. Then a weak car horn tapping on and off like someone's arm had fallen against it. A few minutes after that, there was a knock at my front door. Not a friendly knock. 3 heavy hits that made the glass in the frame buzz. The guy outside said his car was stuck in the ditch. He said he was freezing. He said his phone was dead and he just needed to come in and warm up. And if that was all that had happened, this wouldn't be a story. The problem was everything that came after. The way he moved around my house, the things my cameras picked up, and the part the sheriff told me the next morning, standing in my driveway, staring at the snow. There were footprints leading up to my porch. There were footprints circling my bedroom window, but in the fresh powder that covered the yard and the road beyond, there weren't any footprints leaving. 1.1. Why I moved to the end of the road. I was 32 the year I moved to the end of County Road 17. If you want the short version, it goes like this. I blew up a marriage, lost a condo I could barely afford, and decided I didn't want to hear my own name in anyone else's mouth for a while. On paper, I'm not that interesting. I do remote IT support for a mid-sized company in Minneapolis. Tickets, passwords, VPN issues, people who didn't touch anything, even though somehow their entire desktop is gone. The kind of job where your voice is familiar to hundreds of people, but no one could pick you out of a lineup. I got married young, 25, because that's what you do when you've been with someone since freshman year, and everyone keeps asking when you're going to make it official. We had a small condo near Uptown, open concept living room, fake plant from IKEA, a balcony that faced a parking lot, and 3 dumpsters. For a while, it felt like a real life. Then it started to feel like a small, expensive box full of unfinished conversations we were both dodging. I won't turn this into a therapy session. Let's just say I worked too much. She resented that. I resented being told to log off once in a while. And we were both worse at listening than we thought we were. When COVID hit and remote became permanent, the condo turned into an office, then a workstation, then a pressure cooker. We'd step around each other in the kitchen like co-workers avoiding eye contact in a break room. The divorce was civil enough, lawyers, signatures, the usual sentence you hear from people who are done fighting. We just want different things. What I wanted, apparently, was to not share a wall with anyone for a very long time. I started looking at places outside the city, mostly out of spite, scrolling listings at midnight with one eye half open. Cabins up near Grand Rapids, trailers off dirt roads with needs a little TLC in the description, old farmhouses sinking into their own foundations. Most of it was either way out of my budget or one bad storm away from becoming a pile of matchsticks. Then I saw the listing for the house on County Road 17. The photos were nothing special. One story, white vinyl siding, dark shingled roof sloping down like a shrug, a small covered porch with 2 concrete steps, a crooked mailbox at the edge of a gravel driveway, leaning toward the ditch like it was too tired to stand up straight. In summer, in the pictures, the yard was just a rectangle of patchy grass and dandelions, but the description mentioned good plow access and newer furnace, which is pretty much love language in Minnesota. I drove up on a gray Thursday to see it. It was one of those late fall days where the sky is a flat sheet of steel, no depth, no sun. I took I-94 out of the city, the same stretch I've driven 1,000 times to visit relatives or do day trips. But that day it felt different. The apartment skyline thinned out in the rearview mirror. Gas stations and chain restaurants gave way to fields and bare trees and those random little antique stores that are always closing soon, but somehow never do. I stopped at a Casey's General Store off the highway before the turnoff, topped off my tank, and grabbed a coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard and cheap cream. The place smelled like fryer oil and those cinnamon things they keep under glass by the register. A couple of guys in Carhartt jackets were talking about the Vikings like the fate of the world depended on the next game. It felt normal, comforting in its own blunt way. From the highway exit, the road narrowed. The concrete turned to cracked blacktop, then to that kind of worn, patched county road with just a hint of gravel popping through the surface. The GPS told me to turn onto County 17 and continue for 4.3 miles. No traffic lights, just long stretches of trees and the occasional driveway disappearing into the woods. When I finally saw the mailbox with the right number, it was exactly like the pictures. Bent, paint flaking, the numbers half peeled off but still legible. The driveway curved slightly up from the road, a thin strip of gravel flanked by ditch on both sides. The house sat back a little, alone, no other rooftops in sight. Behind it, a line of skeletal trees reached up toward that low, heavy sky. I parked in front of the porch and just sat for a minute, coffee cooling in the cup holder. There was a strange calm in knowing that if I screamed my lungs out right there, no one would hear it over the engine and the wind. No neighbors sharing the wall, no footsteps upstairs, no one asking if everything was okay. Inside, the house smelled like old paint and dust and that tang of recently cleaned carpets. Beige walls, low ceilings, a narrow hallway leading to 2 bedrooms, a small bathroom with a tired shower curtain drooping on one end. The kitchen had those oak cabinets every Midwestern house has had at some point, and a small window over the sink that looked out at the backyard and the tree line. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't impressive, it was empty. And for the first time in a long time, empty felt like a selling point. The realtor did her usual script about square footage and updated appliances. I nodded at all the right places, pretended to care about the age of the roof. The only number I really cared about was the price. And somehow, against the way my luck had been going lately, it was a number I could actually manage. I moved in 2 months later, after the lawyers were done cutting my old life into pieces. By then, the grass in the photos was gone, buried under the first crust of snow. Winter had started to chew its way in. My work setup moved from a corner of a cramped condo to a small bedroom at the front of the house. I put my desk under the window facing the driveway. 2 monitors set up on a cheap IKEA tabletop. Mechanical keyboard. Corporate laptop on a stand. The first week, the Slack pings and email alerts sounded almost wrong bouncing around in that quiet little room. My days settled into a rhythm. Log in at 8. Answer tickets. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Listen to people breathe into their mics while they fumble for the power button. Glance up every so often to see the same scene outside. The county road, a pickup or two rumbling past. The neighbor's farmhouse way down the line with a faint curl of smoke from their chimney. Nights were a different kind of quiet than I was used to. In the condo, there was always something. A neighbor dragging a chair, someone dropping something on the floor above, a toilet flushing, a car alarm 2 streets over. Here, once the traffic died down, the loudest things in my world were inside my own walls. I got to know the sounds of the house fast. The furnace would kick on with a soft thunk somewhere in the utility room, followed by the low whoosh of warm air pushing through the vents. The refrigerator had a high, almost apologetic hum that ramped up and cut off like it was afraid of being too loud. The water heater would tick and ping as it cooled down after a shower. Sometimes, when the temperature dropped fast, the wood framing would pop in the walls and ceiling, small, sharp cracks like someone snapping knuckles in the next room. Out on the road, a semi would occasionally roar by, the sound starting as a faint roar and swelling into a full-body vibration as it passed, then fading like a wave pulling back out to sea. If I was up late and the window was cracked, I could hear the faint crunch of gravel when my elderly neighbors walked their trash cans down to the end of their driveway. They'd wave when they saw me out there. We weren't close, but there was comfort in knowing there was at least another pair of humans within shouting distance. I liked the isolation more than I expected. There's a difference between being alone because someone left you and being alone because you chose it. Here, the quiet was something I had picked out, like a piece of furniture. I could sit on my couch at 11 at night with the TV muted, listening to the furnace cycle on and off, and genuinely feel okay. Not happy, not healed, just less noisy inside my skull. The tech in me did what tech people do. I wired the place. Modem and router in the office, Ethernet where I could run it, and a Ring doorbell mounted by the front door with a cheap camera watching the back porch. Motion zones set up, notifications on my phone, a digital fence around a physical life. It made me feel like I had control over this tiny patch of ground at the end of the road. Like nothing could come up the driveway without my phone lighting up first. The first time the Ring app pinged motion detected, front door, it was late, sometime close to midnight on one of those early winter nights when the snow is more of a suggestion than a commitment. I was lying on the couch, podcast in my ears, screen brightness turned down, half paying attention to some guy talking about unsolved disappearances. The notification slid across the top of my phone. I paused the podcast, tapped it, and the live view opened. The porch filled the screen. Yellow porch light, wooden steps, the faint drift of tiny snowflakes slanting in from the left. No delivery boxes, no raccoons, no kids, just my empty front door. I was about to back out when something flicked across the frame. 1 second the porch was empty. The next, there was a dark shape. Too tall and too narrow to be a person, more like a blur. Cutting from left to right faster than it made sense for anything to move. It was there for a single, jagged frame, the pixels tearing around it like the video couldn't keep up, and then it was gone. Porch empty again. Snow still drifting like nothing had ever passed through. I watched the replay 3 times. Each time, The same stuttering glitch, the same smear of darkness, the same immediate emptiness after. I told myself it was the Wi-Fi. Out here, the signal had to stretch a little farther. Maybe a gust of wind messed with it. Maybe a moth got way too close to the lens. Maybe Casey's coffee had finally burned a hole through my brain. I locked my phone, let the podcast resume in my ears, and let it slide. I didn't save the clip. I didn't tweak the settings. I didn't even think about calling anyone. That wasn't the part that scared me. Not yet. 1.2. Learning the sounds of the house. If you live anywhere long enough, it starts talking to you. Not with words, obviously, but with patterns. With sounds that repeat until they sink so deep into your brain that you stop hearing them at all, until something breaks the pattern. My house at the end of County 17 talks mostly in small noises. On cold nights, the vents are the loudest part. The furnace will kick on in the utility room with that soft whoomp of gas catching, followed a second later by the sigh of air rising through the ductwork. Somewhere above the hallway, there's a joint in the metal that complains every time the heat starts. A long, tired groan that echoes faintly through the ceiling. When I first moved in, it made me jump. After a month, I could tell you which room the furnace was aiming for just by the tone. The wood in the walls has its own vocabulary. It doesn't creak like in horror movies. It pops. Sharp, tiny snaps in the middle of the night when the temperature drops too fast. You'll be lying there in the dark, mind wandering, and suddenly pop above your head. Then another one over the closet. If I had guests, it would be embarrassing. No, that's not my bones disintegrating. That's just the framing. But I don't have guests, so it's just me and the house clicking at each other. The refrigerator is shy. It gives a single soft click somewhere deep in its body. Then the compressor comes on with a high, almost nervous hum. It runs for a while, louder than seems reasonable in a quiet house, and then abruptly cuts out, leaving a silence that feels heavier than the noise that was there before. It took me a couple of weeks to stop pausing mid-sentence on calls when it did that. Outside, County 17 has its own rhythm. Around 6 or 7 in the evening, when people in town are finishing shifts and heading back out toward the farms and back roads, you get a brief parade of trucks. Half-ton pickups mostly, some with rust chewing at the wheel wells, some brand new with dealer plates still on. You hear them before you see them. This low, distant rumble that swells into a full-bodied whoosh as they pass the house, then fades quickly once they climb the hill and turn out of sight. On clear nights, the sound hangs in the air a second longer, bouncing off the fields. After 10, the road mostly dies. Every once in a while, a late delivery truck or someone who left town too late will rumble by and remind you the rest of the world still exists. But most nights, after a certain hour, the only engines are on TV. I got used to all of it. That was the point, really, to have a small, predictable universe where nothing happened that I hadn't scheduled myself. My life outside those sounds was painfully ordinary in a way I found comforting. I ordered Walmart delivery more than I probably should have. There's this weird little ritual that comes with it. The text that says your order is on its way, then your driver is approaching, then the ring notification as headlights sneak up the driveway. The driver, usually some college kid or a retired guy picking up extra cash, would stack the bags on the porch, snap a photo with their phone, and hustle back to the car. Every time, even though I knew exactly what they were doing, I'd check the camera, not because I didn't trust them, but because it had slipped into my routine. Phone buzzes, app opens, there's my porch, bags lined up like little soldiers in plastic uniforms. A quick scan of the frame, a glance at the road beyond, and then I'd go open the door and drag everything inside. On weekends, I did what everyone else within a 50-mile radius seems to do. I went to Target or Fleet Farm if I was feeling particularly rural. Target was for snacks and things I didn't need. Fleet Farm was for bags of rock salt, ice scrapers, new wiper blades, and those blue jugs of windshield fluid that promise not to freeze until some ridiculous temperature you secretly hope never to see on your dashboard. The stores were lit with the same humming fluorescent tubes I'd grown up under. The parking lots were always half slush, half ice. It all felt familiar, like I'd just moved my same mediocre life a couple of hours north and stretched it out. Work bled into everything, the way it does when you never technically leave your office. JIRA tickets for urgent can't log in that turned out to be expired passwords. HR emails about wellness initiatives and company culture that had nothing to do with the way my day actually felt. Slack pings at weird hours when someone forgot I wasn't on Pacific time. Sometimes, during a slow stretch, my mind would wander back to the condo, to the sound of our upstairs neighbor's kid running laps at 9 at night, the muffled bass from somebody's music, the argument my ex and I had in whispers because we didn't want anyone to hear us say things we couldn't unsay. Maybe if you went out once in a while. Maybe if home was the place I actually got to rest. It's important you understand this about me. Opening the door to other people has never been something I'm good at. Not metaphorically, and definitely not literally. Part of that is just personality. Part of it is a byproduct of years of living in buildings where a knock on the door could mean a landlord, a neighbor, a package, or someone who'd gotten the wrong unit entirely. I stopped answering unless I knew exactly who it was. You can call it antisocial. You can call it cautious. Either way, by the time I moved to County 17, don't open the door for strangers wasn't just a rule. It was almost a reflex. I tell you that so you don't think my reaction later was some spur-of-the-moment paranoia. It was muscle memory. The first night something felt off in the house. There was nothing dramatic about it. No power outages, no thunder, no horror movie soundtrack. Just a time and a sound that didn't match. It was 2:17 in the morning. I know that because when you live alone and wake up in the dark, you check the clock on your phone almost before you're fully conscious. I came out of sleep fast, heart hammering, with the distinct impression that something had tapped on my world. At first, I thought it was part of a dream. Then I heard it again. Tick, tick, tick. 3 light taps, spaced just far enough apart to make me hold my breath between them. Not the heavy knock of a fist on wood, not the hollow rattle of something falling off a shelf. It sounded small, fingernails on glass maybe, or the tip of a branch brushing against siding. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, making a list of explanations. Branch, ice sliding off the roof, house settling. Some part of me still half asleep, trying to turn a normal sound into something more. The taps didn't repeat. The house went back to its normal nighttime chorus. The faint hiss of air in the vents, a distant pop in the wall over the hallway, the low hum of the fridge down the hall. If it hadn't been for the way my pulse refused to slow down, I probably would have rolled over and gone back to sleep. Instead, I got up. That's the thing about living alone in the middle of nowhere. If something is wrong, there's no one else to check. You either get used to ignoring things or you get used to getting out of bed. The floor was cold under my feet. I padded down the hallway, past the bathroom, into the living room. No lights on except the little blue LED on the router, blinking like a lazy heartbeat. I went to the front door first, and checked the deadbolt just to be sure. Still locked. I looked through the peephole. The porch light was off, and all I could see was darkness and faint static of falling snow, like TV snow pressed up against the fisheye glass. Nothing moved. I flipped on the porch light and looked again. Empty steps, no packages, no raccoons, no teenagers taking a dare. Just my tired, crooked mailbox at the edge of the driveway, half buried in a thin layer of fresh powder. I walked to the back of the house and checked the kitchen door. Locked. The small window above the sink showed the backyard as a flat, pale blur. My reflection hovered over it like a ghost. It felt stupid to be creeping around in my own house over a noise so small I might have imagined it. By the time I made it back to the bedroom, I almost convinced myself that's exactly what had happened. I dreamed a sound, woke up, and chased it through dark rooms for no reason. In the morning, with sunlight flattening everything out and the coffee machine hissing, it felt even smaller. I opened the Ring app out of habit, scrolling through the event list for the night. A couple of car headlights on the road had triggered the motion sensor earlier in the evening, but there was nothing around 2:17 a.m. No person detected. No motion at front door. Just a gap of hours where, according to the log, the world had left me alone. House noise, I told myself. New house, new creaks. My brain just needs time to map it all. I believed that until a couple of weeks later, the older couple down the road, Tom and Linda, invited me over for dinner one Saturday. It was the most Midwestern affair you can imagine. Frozen pizza, salad from a bag, beer that had been chilling in the mudroom because it was as cold as a second fridge out there. Their farmhouse was warmer than mine in a way that had nothing to do with the thermostat. Family photos on the walls, a bowl of mail and keys on the counter. That faint smell of laundry detergent and dog. We were halfway through talking about how bad the last winter had been. Every conversation up here eventually circles back to weather. When Tom glanced over at me and said, in that offhand way people say things they don't think are important, "Hey, did you ever get that doorbell fixed?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" He took a sip of his beer. "We heard it chime around 2 a.m. a few nights ago. Linda thought somebody was visiting you. It kept going, like somebody was leaning on it or pushing it over and over." My fork paused halfway to my mouth. 2 a.m? "Yeah," Linda said, like she was trying to remember. "Sometime after 2. I remember looking at the clock. It was weird. Who comes up your road at that hour?" I forced a laugh, that automatic "don't make this weird" sound you give people you barely know. Probably some kids messing around. My Ring never showed anything. Must have been a glitch. They accepted that. Of course they did. Glitches happen. We went back to talking about snowplows and property taxes and how the town used to have a movie theater. But in the back of my mind, something that had been resting quietly sat up and looked around. My camera hadn't recorded anything at 2 a.m. My app hadn't pinged. I hadn't heard the chime inside my own house, and yet, from half a mile away, my neighbors had heard my doorbell ringing in the middle of the night, over the wind and the distance, like somebody had been standing on my porch, finger pressed to the button, while I slept 20 feet away and never knew. 1.3. The first winter on County 17. You do not really understand where you live until you see it in winter. The first real snow came in slow, harmless-looking waves, light flakes drifting past the window while I was on a call, gathering in the corners of the yard, dusting the bed of the truck. It looked like background noise. Then it didn't. A couple of days in, the driveway stopped being driveway and became this packed, uneven strip of white with 2 gray ruts where the tires had beaten snow into ice. The first time I tried to back out after work, the truck fishtailed just enough to make my stomach drop. Tires spinning on polished slush. I ended up sideways, halfway into the road, listening to an oncoming pickup honk long and low as it crawled around me. That night, I went to Fleet Farm and bought a snow shovel and 2 big bags of salt like everyone else. Shoveling is straightforward until you are the only one doing it. The first big push of the blade into fresh snow is kind of satisfying. The scrape of metal on concrete, the heavy roll of white piling up in front of you. After the 10th or 15th pass, it turns into work. My breath blew out in thick white clouds in front of my face, stinging the inside of my nose when I inhaled too sharply. My fingers went numb inside my gloves, my toes a dull ache in my boots. There's a particular sound to snow underfoot when the temperature drops into real winter territory. Not the mushy slop you get in the city, but a dry, brittle crunch, like walking on broken styrofoam. I got used to that sound echoing off the side of the house while I cleared the driveway in the early evenings. The shovel scraping, the crunch of each step, the occasional distant growl of a plow truck on the main road. I learned the routine pretty fast. If the forecast called for more than a dusting, I'd move the truck closer to the road, facing outward. In the morning, I'd shovel a single narrow path from the porch to the driver's door, then carve enough of the driveway to escape without sliding straight into the ditch. The rest could wait. Snow here was not an event. It was a condition. My days got shorter in a way that had nothing to do with my schedule. By 4:30, the light outside my office window went from gray to that blue-black that eats details. By 5, the only real light was the yellow cone spilling out from my porch lamp onto the steps. After I logged off for the night, I'd sometimes stand just outside the front door with a cigarette, even though I had supposedly quit years ago. The air bit at any exposed skin. I'd take a drag, watch the smoke and my breath tangle together in the yellow light, and listen. The world, muffled by snow, felt smaller. Sound didn't travel as far, or maybe it just had fewer places to bounce off of out here. Sometimes I could hear the faint rumble of a truck miles away. Sometimes the only noise was the soft, constant hiss of tiny ice crystals hitting the siding. I felt alone most nights. Not lonely exactly, just unattached. There's a weird peace in that, at least for a while. No one waiting for you to come to bed. No one asking why you're still up. No voices but the ones on your screen and the ones in your head. I'd flick ash over the railing, let the cold work its way through my socks, and tell myself I'd chosen this. And that meant it was okay. It is important for you to know I was not a stranger to bad weather before all this. I grew up in Minnesota. I've done the stupid things. I've white-knuckled it down I-94 in a whiteout, wipers on high, knuckles aching on the steering wheel. I've hit that patch of black ice on an overpass where the whole car suddenly feels like it's hovering instead of driving. Once, I slid into a shallow ditch outside St. Cloud with 3 other cars already half buried and ended up shoulder to shoulder with 2 guys in Hunter's orange, all of us shoving and swearing and laughing while we tried to rock each other's cars back up onto the shoulder. I've slept in a rest area because it was safer than continuing. I've watched semis creeping along at 30 with their flashers on, taillights smearing red through blowing snow. Weather can scare you here, but only if you're stupid or unlucky. That's what I believed anyway. Respect the forecast. Don't push it, and you'll be fine. I tell you that so you know. When I say what happened later scared me, it's not because I had never seen a bad storm before. The first mention of the blizzard didn't even grab my attention. It was just background noise while I ate microwaved mac and cheese out of a stained ceramic bowl on my couch. Care 11 was on. Some anchor with perfect hair standing in front of a map glowing blue and purple. "And we're watching this system move in from the Dakotas," she was saying. "Models are all lining up on this one. We're talking heavy snow, high winds, and dangerous wind chills by the end of the week." At the bottom of the screen, a red banner crawled across. "Blizzard Watch, Crow Wing County." A watch, not a warning. Far enough away to feel theoretical. I shoveled another bite in my mouth and kept watching. The weatherman came on, more excited than worried, drawing circles around my county, saying things like historic potential and near whiteout conditions. WCCO said basically the same thing an hour later. Different graphics, same serious tone. "If you don't have to be on the roads, don't be. Stock up now. Expect power lines down, drifts, impassable rural routes." They mentioned wind chills dropping to 30 below and showed B-roll of snowplows and people with grocery carts full of bottled water like winter was a hurricane. It all blurred together the way forecasts do when you've heard too many of them. Every storm is possibly historic until it isn't. They all come with little checklists, flashlights, blankets, full tank of gas. It didn't feel real yet. Just a segment to watch while I scraped the last of the cheese from the bowl. If anything made it sink in a little, it was Linda. A couple nights after the first big red blizzard warning Crow Wing County banner showed up, I walked down to Tom and Linda's place. The snow wasn't too deep yet, just enough to fill in the tire tracks on the road and make my boots buzz with cold. Their farmhouse looked like a postcard. Light in the kitchen window, smoke coming from the chimney, someone's old wreath still hanging on the door from Christmas. We sat at their table sipping weak coffee while the news droned in the background. More talk of the coming storm. Somewhere between the anchor saying life-threatening conditions and a commercial for a local car dealership, Linda leaned back in her chair and said, "These things always make me think of that driver." Tom grimaced, like he knew where she was going. "You don't have to tell him that one." She waved him off. "He lives out here now. He should know." She told it like a story she'd repeated more than once. The edges worn, but the center still sharp. Years ago, long before I moved out there was a storm like the one they were predicting. Heavy snow, high winds. A delivery driver missed a turn or slid off somewhere along the county roads. He abandoned the truck and went looking for a house with lights on. He made it to one, maybe two. "He knocked," she said, her eyes on her coffee, not on me. Middle of the night, wind howling, snow coming sideways. The family was home, but they were scared. Didn't want to open up. Kept the lights off, pretended nobody was there. They found his van the next day, she said. Nose down in a drift, not far from here. The engine was off, the fuel line frozen solid. His footprints led out of the cab and disappeared into the fields. They never did find his body, Tom added quietly. Search parties, dogs, all of it. Snow just took him. Linda shrugged, but it was tight around her shoulders. Now, every time they start talking historic and don't go out, I hear that knocking in my head. Makes you wonder what you'd do, you know? If someone came to your door in the middle of it. She meant it as a cautionary tale about compassion, I think. That's how those stories usually work. A warning not to harden yourself so much. You let someone die on the other side of your door. I nodded, mumbled something about hoping never to be the one somebody had to knock on. We changed the subject. Tom made a joke about kids these days not knowing how to drive in snow. The TV went back to bright graphics and titles like Blizzard of the Decade, but the image stuck with me. A man stumbling through the white, face raw from the wind, knuckles red as he pounded on doors that stayed dark. It's one thing to imagine yourself inside the warm house. It's another to imagine yourself in his boots. The night before the storm was supposed to officially hit, the forecast finally flipped from watch to warning. Red banners on both channels now. Anchors using phrases like "stay put," "hunker down," and seriously, "do not drive." I did what they told me to do. I checked the gas in the truck, ran the dishwasher, charged my phone and laptop, made sure the flashlights had working batteries. Outside, a steady snow had already started. Not quite a blizzard, but committed. I went to bed later than I meant to. The house settled around me in its usual language of clicks and hums. Sometime after 3, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. It wasn't a call or a text. It was the soft, familiar vibration of a notification. Half asleep, I reached for it, thumb swiping the screen to life. The banner across the top was blue and white. Ring. Motion detected. Front door, 3:13 a.m. For a second, I just stared at it, brain still stuck in whatever dream it had been chewing on. Then curiosity nudged me fully awake. I tapped the notification, and the app opened to a 20-second clip. The porch filled the screen, yellow light spilling from the fixture over the door, snow blowing sideways in thin, fast lines, like someone was dragging a brush across the frame. The steps were bare. No packages, no people, just the empty entrance to my house and the storm beyond. I watched it once, thumb hovering over the progress bar. Nothing moved on the porch itself. No dark blur, no darting animal, just snow and light. At second 7, the sound changed. Up until that point, the audio had been a low, windy hiss. Through the tiny speaker of my phone, it sounded more like static than real air. Then the volume seemed to bump up on its own. The hiss sharpened, and through it, clear as if someone was on the other side of my own front door at that exact moment, I heard 3 knocks. Bam! 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 Not gentle, not a polite tap. 3 solid hits, like a fist on wood, reverberating through the tiny phone speaker and straight down my spine. On the video, nothing reacted. The door didn't shudder. The porch light didn't flicker. The view didn't shake the way it sometimes did when someone actually hit the door hard enough to jostle the frame. Snow blew, light burned, and invisible knuckles pounded on a door that didn't move. I scrubbed back and replayed the clip. Same thing. 6 seconds of empty porch and wind. 3 heavy knocks. Silence. Sleep was gone. I got up, heart thudding too fast for how still the house was, and walked to the front door. The hall was dark, the only light a faint glow from the router in the office. I pressed my eye to the peephole. Yellow porch light, steps, snow, nothing else. I checked the log in the Ring app, scrolling through the event details. The clip was labeled Motion Front Door. Under audio it said, Audio recording off. No event audio recorded. I stood there in the cold hallway, phone heavy in my hand, trying to convince myself I'd misread it. Maybe the knocks were something inside the house that the app had somehow captured. A cabinet settling, a pipe hammering, something mundane that just happened to sound exactly like someone striking my door 3 times. But the camera hangs outside. The microphone is out there, not in here. I should have taken that as the first warning. I didn't. 2.1, stocking up and brushing it off. The morning the storm was actually supposed to arrive, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing on the nightstand and the furnace humming through the vents like it was trying to warm the whole county by itself. I rolled over, squinted at the screen, some automated alert from a weather app I barely remembered installing, and then reached for the remote. The old habit from condo days. Turn on the TV before I even get out of bed. Let the glow make the room feel less like a container and more like a place. The local news popped up instantly. No commercials yet, just a meteorologist standing in front of a map that looked like someone had smeared blue and purple paint across half the state. In the corner, a little box read, "Live, Storm Center" in dramatic letters. Dangerous travel conditions across central and northern Minnesota, he was saying. We're talking near zero visibility at times, blowing and drifting snow, and potential whiteout conditions on rural roads. If you don't absolutely have to be out there today, just stay home. He drew a circle with his finger, right over where Crow Wing County would be, as if anyone watching from here needed the reminder. I lay there a minute, watching the radar loops swirl. It still felt distant, like bad news happening to someone else. The windows in my bedroom were pale and blank. No dramatic drifts yet, just a soft layer of powder from overnight. The house seemed calm, ordinary, warm enough that I didn't hesitate when I swung my legs out of bed and put my feet on the floor. The rest of the morning almost felt like a snow day. Log in, clear a couple of urgent tickets, answer a Slack ping from a coworker in Texas complaining about it being so cold in the 50s, sip coffee from a chipped mug. The TV in the living room kept murmuring from the other room, cycling the same phrases over and over. Historic blizzard. Life-threatening wind chills. Stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary. Around 10, the banner at the bottom of the screen changed from Blizzard Watch to Blizzard Warning, Crow Wing County in angry red letters. The anchor's voice shifted half a register lower, the way they do when they want you to take them seriously. That was my cue. I threw on jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and the heaviest hoodie I owned, then shrugged into my winter coat. By the time I stepped onto the porch, a thin, dry snow was already blowing across the yard. Not enough to cover anything yet, but enough to blur the edges. The air hit me like a slap, sharp in the nose, biting at any skin that wasn't covered. My breath fogged out in a thick ghost that immediately shredded in the wind. The truck started on the first try, a small victory. I let it idle while I brushed the light coating of snow off the windshield, the scraper rasping over the glass. County 17 was still passable. 2 dark ruts where tires had packed the snow down, a dirty white strip in the middle, ditches on both sides slowly filling. Everybody else had watched the same forecast. The parking lot at Super One Foods was a mess of half-cleared slush and cars parked at weird angles like people had given up trying to stay in the lines. I eased the truck into a spot near the back and watched someone push a loaded cart through the snow with the grim determination of a soldier. Inside, the world was too bright and too loud. The overhead lights were that particular shade of cold fluorescent that makes everything look a little bit sick. The floor tiles were slick with melt. A thin sheen of dirty water and snow tracked in on boot soles. Somewhere overhead, the store's speaker system was playing a Christmas song that had no business sounding as cheerful as it did while people quietly panic-bought. The bread aisle was already showing bare spots. White bread, wheat bread, hamburger buns. Anything that could be turned into a meal without electricity was disappearing fast. An older woman glared at the empty space where her preferred brand should have been, then snatched the last loaf of something else like she was picking up a weapon. I grabbed what I actually needed. A couple of loaves, some canned soup, frozen meals that might last if the power held out. Coffee, granola bars, more mac and cheese because I apparently had no intention of improving my diet while nature threatened my life. In the dairy section, people hovered in front of the milk like they were choosing hostages. Cartwheels squeaked. Kids whined. A guy in a reflective work jacket barked into his phone about how his boss was still expecting him to come in. It felt like every big storm run I'd ever made in the city, just stretched and spread out. Same choreography, different background. I told myself I was being practical, not paranoid. I also told myself quietly that they always did this. Every year, this could be the big one, ended up being 6 inches that turned to gray slush by Tuesday. They always say historic, I muttered to myself, dropping a bag of salt into the cart when I passed the end cap. It becomes 6 inches and slush. The line at the register snaked back into the aisles. People shifted their weight, checked their phones, pretended not to look at what everyone else was buying. A woman in front of me had 4 cases of bottled water and enough batteries to power a small city. Behind me, a guy in camo boots and a Vikings beanie bought almost nothing but beer and frozen pizza. We were all coping in our own ways. Holiday Station was just as busy. I topped off the tank because that's what the checklist in my head said to do. The pump beeped at me in that impatient, high-pitched tone it uses when you take too long to put the nozzle back. The smell of gasoline mixed with cold air and the faint chemical tang of washer fluid from the dispenser by the pump. Inside, the coffee smelled burnt even from the doorway. I grabbed another one anyway. There's a ritual to this that almost made me forget why I was doing it. Gas, groceries, check. Predictable steps before something that was, by definition, unpredictable. Back at the house, the wind was starting to find its voice. It threaded through the gap at the bottom of the front door, made a soft whistling sound around the kitchen window, pushed a low, constant rush past the siding. Snowflakes hit the glass in quick, staccato bursts. I went into practical mode, checked the furnace one more time, listening to the burner kick on, feeling for warm air at the vents. Popped the cover off the thermostat and glanced at the batteries just to reassure myself they weren't ancient. Dug out the flashlights from the drawer full of junk in the kitchen. Rubber bands, old takeout menus, spare AA batteries rolling around, and clicked them on, one by one, making sure none of them were dead. Put the good ones on the coffee table within easy reach. Laptop, phone, and backup battery all went on the dining table, snaked into a power strip. The idea of losing Wi-Fi, of being truly cut off, bothered me more than it should have. I told myself it was for work, that if the power stayed on, I could still log in the next day and pretend everything was normal while the storm screamed outside. I ended up in the office, sitting at my desk, phone in hand. The Ring app was still open from earlier when I'd checked the last night's logs again, chasing those 3 knocks I'd heard on the recording that technically didn't exist. It was still flagged the same way. Audio recording off, no event audio recorded. Like the app was politely reminding me that what I'd heard, I hadn't. I flicked through the settings idly, more to distract myself than anything. Video quality, motion zones, alert tones. My thumb hovered over the toggle for audio, enable audio recording, already slid to the off position. The thing is, I remembered turning it off months ago, standing on the porch talking to a delivery driver and hearing my own voice echo a second later from the notification I'd accidentally left open. It had made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't quite articulate, like hearing your own voicemail greeting from far away. Too intimate, too close. So I'd killed the audio, told myself I didn't need my doorbell listening to me. I stared at that gray little switch for a second. Part of me thought about turning it back on, just in case. Another part of me remembered why I'd turned it off in the first place. In the end, I did nothing. Left it off. Closed the app. All day, the sound of the storm built by increments. The wind started as a push, then became a presence. It threaded itself through every small gap in the house, whining softly along the edge of the front door, hissing against the corners of the window frames. Every so often, the small engine of the mail carrier's car would buzz up the road and sputter to a stop near my box, the lid clanging softly as they dropped in junk mail and bills. Not long after, the much deeper growl of a county plow would roll past, the blade scraping against asphalt with a long, mean shriek, leaving high, crumbling walls of snow on either side of the road. Inside, the house reacted in kind. The vents shuddered when the gusts hit just right. The glass in the living room window trembled when the wind got a clean shot at it. The kind of noises that are easy to explain, but still make you glance up from your screen every time they happen. Late in the afternoon, with the sky already a flat gray bruise and the snow starting to come down harder, I did what had become habit. I opened the Ring app and checked the front door camera. It was pointless, really. No one was coming by now, but it was part of how I took the temperature of the day. The live view loaded after a couple of seconds. Porch, steps, the yard beyond already losing its edges under a thin layer of white. Snowflakes slanting across the frame. Faster now, more committed. For a heartbeat, there was something else there. On the left side of the image, right up against the support post for the porch roof, a shape resolved that hadn't been there a second earlier. A darker outline against the white, the height and width of a person standing very still. For that 1 second, I could have sworn I saw the suggestion of a shoulder, the rounded hood of a parka, the hint of an arm at someone's side. My eyes widened. I blinked. The feed stuttered, pixelating for half a beat the way it sometimes does when the signal hiccups. When it cleared, the porch was empty again. Just the post, the railing, the steps, the snow. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the capture button, then let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Lag, I said out loud, to no one. Compression, glitch. It was easier to believe that than to imagine someone had been standing that close to my front door without knocking, without triggering any alert until the exact second I happened to look. Easier to blame the pixels than the possibility. I backed out of the app, tossed the phone onto the couch, and went to the kitchen to make something resembling dinner. Later, when everything that came next had already happened, I would replay that moment in my head over and over. The 1 second blur of dark against the porch post. The way it was there, then gone, with nothing in between. At the time, I just told myself I wished my Wi-Fi was better. Afterward, I wished more than anything that I had taken a screenshot. 2.2. When the world turned white by late afternoon, the storm stopped being a forecast and turned into a fact. The wind had been building all day, but there was a shift around 6 that I could feel more than hear at first. The furnace kicked on and stayed on longer. The house seemed to lean a little into every gust. Then, slowly, the gusts stopped feeling like separate hits and turned into one long, sustained force, like somebody had opened the door of a jet engine and pointed it at my walls. A blizzard wind doesn't come in waves. It becomes a background. There was this constant low roar, not loud exactly, but everywhere at once. It wrapped around the house, pressed against the siding, searched for every crack and seam it could whistle through. Around the edges of the front door, it made a high, thin sound, almost like a kettle that never quite reached boiling. Every few seconds, Something hard and granular hit the side of the house. Snow and ice flung sideways, peppering the vinyl with little shh sounds like someone throwing handfuls of sand. From the couch in the living room, the lights felt wrong. The bulbs in my ceiling fixtures gave off that soft yellow that usually made the place feel cozy. But against the storm, it looked fragile. I had Netflix on, some show autoplaying in front of me, actors moving their mouths, music swelling and cutting, the usual artificial drama. The TV sound kept dipping in and out of my awareness. My eyes were on the screen, but my ears were on the house. Every now and then, the wind would hit just right, and the whole living room window would tremble with a faint rattle in the frame. The first couple of times, my brain supplied earthquake before I remembered where I was. It wasn't the ground moving. It was the world outside trying to erase the line between inside and out. At some point, curiosity won out over whatever comfort the TV was pretending to offer. I got up and walked to the front window. The world beyond the glass was gone. It wasn't just dark. I've seen dark. This was white. A solid, churning wall of it. A depthless sheet where the road, the yard, the field beyond had all been blended into one moving surface. The porch was a shallow cave in that white, protected just enough that I could see the outline of my steps and the railing. But beyond that, there was nothing. No trees, no mailbox. The only reason I knew where the driveway should be was muscle memory. I squinted, trying to make out anything that wasn't snow. After a few seconds, I found it. Way off in the distance, barely there, a faint golden smudge. The farmhouse down County 17, Tom and Linda's place. In clearer weather, I could see the shape of their roofline, the hint of their big barn behind it. Now they were just a single tired star in a sky someone had painted over. It was a strange kind of isolation. Not the vast, open kind you feel on an empty highway at night, but the enclosed kind, like being trapped inside the window of your own life, looking out at nothing. I went back to the couch. There wasn't anywhere else to go. Dinner was frozen pizza, because of course it was. I slid it onto the oven rack, listened to the tick-tick of the preheat element, and cracked open a Pepsi. It tasted exactly like every other Pepsi I'd ever had, which was oddly comforting. The normalcy of grease and sugar in a world that was currently being sandblasted by ice just outside my walls. I propped my work laptop on the coffee table and logged back into the ticket system. Technically, my day was over. Practically, there was something soothing about checking boxes and typing canned responses while the storm tried to unmake the scenery outside. Slack still worked. Email still loaded. For all the screaming going on beyond the siding, the Wi-Fi held steady. I kept one eye on the little bars in the corner of the screen as if they were a lifeline. As long as those stayed full, I reasoned, I couldn't be that cut off. Every so often, my phone would buzz with a notification from the Ring app. Motion detected, front door. I'd tap it, half expecting to see that glitch again, that blurred suggestion of a figure on my porch. Instead, it was always the same. Empty steps, snow blowing sideways so fast it streaked like static. The app's little label at the bottom would politely inform me, blowing snow or motion, snow, false alarm. The algorithm wasn't built for this much white. The more the wind howled, the more my brain reached for any distraction. I answered tickets I could have left until morning. I reorganized my desktop folders. I Googled, how long can power lines hold in blizzards? And immediately regretted the results. It felt like I was trying to outrun a feeling with busy work. My last call of the day came in a little after 9. A guy from Denver, judging by the area code. His VPN wasn't letting him connect, and the tone of his voice made it clear he considered this a bigger emergency than anything happening outside either of our houses. While I walked him through the usual dance, "Okay, click the little gear icon. No, the other one. Now hit disconnect, wait 10 seconds, and reconnect." I heard wind on his end too. Not as fierce as mine, but there was that low moan through a vent, the occasional creak of something expanding and contracting. "Hold on a sec," he said at one point, voice going muffled as he moved away from his headset. "I've got some stranger knocking at my door in this weather. It's creepy." The words slipped out of him like a side comment, something he hadn't meant to say out loud. For a moment, all the sounds lined up. The wind in his mic, the wind in my walls, the idea of someone standing in front of his house, doing exactly what Linda's story had described. "You still there?" he asked a second later, as if nothing had happened. "Yeah," I said, forcing my voice level. "You should be reconnected now. Try hitting refresh." I didn't ask him about the stranger. It wasn't my job. I was IT support, not his neighbor. If he wanted to open his door in the middle of a storm, that was his choice. Or maybe I understood too well what it felt like to not want to think about who might be on the other side. We hung up. The ticket closed. The call log updated. On the screen, the world was stable again. Under my feet, the house shuddered when a particularly strong gust slammed into it. A dull vibration in the floorboards and the couch cushions. Around 10, I gave up pretending to work. Netflix had asked, "Are you still watching?" twice, and then sulked. I switched back to local news out of morbid curiosity. They'd abandoned the usual studio background for live shots now. One camera was set up on an overpass above the highway not far from town. The image it showed hardly looked like a road at all. Just a river of white shooting past the lens in thick, relentless streaks, illuminated by the high sodium lights that turned everything a dirty yellow. Every now and then, ghostly headlights would slide by, barely visible until they were almost under the camera, and then gone. The microphone picked up the raw sound of the wind there. No insulation, no drywall, just air being thrown across concrete and steel. It didn't howl so much as roar, a deep, continuous note that made my living room seem small and flimsy. "Visibility near zero," the reporter was saying, voice raised over the noise. "We've seen maybe 3 vehicles in the last 15 minutes. Authorities are asking everyone to get off the roads and stay home. This is not the night to be traveling." I watched it for a while, hypnotized. It was like staring into a static-filled screen. No shape, no distance, just motion. After a few minutes, it felt less like information and more like a threat. I could feel it in my shoulders, in the tightness behind my eyes. I turned the TV off. The house dimmed immediately. Without the flicker of the screen, the shadows grew thicker in the corners. I left the small light above the kitchen sink on and, out of habit, the porch light. Those were the only signs from the outside that anyone lived here. 2 rectangles of yellow in an ocean of white. In the sudden quiet, the sounds I'd been half ignoring came rushing back in. The wind's low roar, the hiss at the doorframe, the staccato patter of snow hitting siding, the furnace's steady rumble under it all. Then, cutting through it from somewhere far off, I heard a different noise. It started as a dull, heavy boom, like something solid hitting the road. It wasn't thunder. It was too flat, too grounded. A second later came a dragging sound, a long scrape of metal against asphalt, rising and falling as if weight shifted on top of it. Boom, scrape, boom, scrape. It was faint, muffled by distance and weather, but it carried in a way that made the hair on my arms lift. I stood in the middle of the dark living room, breath held without meaning to, trying to decide if I'd actually heard it or if my brain was inventing things to fill the white. The wind pressed its full body against the house again, rattling the window. The sound faded into the storm. I didn't move. Not yet. 2, 3. The first thud on County 17. I checked the time without really meaning to. The glowing numbers on the microwave in the dark kitchen read 10:40 p.m. The storm had been one long, steady roar for so long that my brain had started to treat it like silence, just the default noise of the night. That made the new sound stand out even more. It came again, not inside the house. Out there, out on the road. Thud. It was heavy, blunt, and wrong, like the sound of a bumper slamming into something that refused to move. A second later came the follow-up, a grinding, drawn-out scrape of metal dragged along asphalt. If you've ever heard a car bottom out on a parking block, take that sound, stretch it out, and stick it under 30 miles an hour of wind. With the TV off, there was nothing to hide it. The whole house seemed to notice it with me. The wind kept howling, but behind it something weighty had found its mark. I stood there in the middle of the living room, every part of me insisting I'd misheard. Maybe it was the plow. Maybe it was a tree coming down. Maybe thud, scrape. Closer this time, or maybe just clearer because I'd stopped pretending I wasn't listening. The logical part of my brain went to work. County 17 is narrow, the ditches are steep, and in a whiteout like this, all it takes is overcorrecting once to end up sideways or nose first into a drift. In any other weather, I would have already been at the window. My feet caught up to the thought. I moved to the side window in the office, the one that faced the road instead of the driveway. The blinds were half open, and when I got close, the cold radiating off the glass made me shiver. Outside, the blizzard was doing its best impression of old analog TV static. Snow flew sideways in dense, endless sheets, streaking past the narrow rectangle of my view so fast it made my eyes hurt. It was like looking through frosted glass that someone was constantly shaking. I pressed closer, squinting, trying to peer past my own reflection. At first, there was nothing but white. Then, gradually, 2 cones of light emerged from it. Headlights. The beams were canted at a strange angle, not parallel with the horizon. Too low, too off to the side. They weren't shining down the lane the way a car on the road should. They were pointed into the ditch, toward the wall of snow built up where the plows had passed earlier. The lights hit that wall and bounced back in a diffused glow, turning the whole thing into a glowing, featureless mass. I watched for movement. A door opening, a figure stumbling out, an arm waving. Anything. Nothing stepped into the beams. Nothing broke the pattern of white. My breath fogged the glass, adding another layer between me and the scene. I wiped it away with the heel of my hand, fingers numb from the contact. The headlights stayed where they were, unwavering. The internal argument started immediately. You should put on your coat and go check. You could at least open the door and shout. If that were you in the ditch, you'd want someone to come out. The counterpoint came just as fast. It's wind chill 30 below out there. You can't see 10 feet in front of you. You step off that porch and miss the driveway by 6 inches. You're the next one in the ditch. I thought of all the winters I'd driven through, the times I'd seen people stuck and stopped to help, the times I hadn't. The story Linda had told about the driver who'd never been found. That one sat heavier than I liked. I also thought about how the forecast had said, stay off the roads, not wander into the middle of them in a whiteout at night. About how, realistically, anyone driving these back roads in weather like this was probably local, probably had a phone, probably already called for help the second they slid. That the best thing I could do, rationally, was stay alive and call 911 if it looked worse. In the end, I did nothing but stand there, fingers pressed to the cold glass, trying to convince myself that inaction was the smart choice, not the cowardly one. 15 minutes. That's my best guess. Time gets strange when you're doing nothing but listening to a storm and watching two cones of light burn through it. Long enough for my shoulders to knot up from holding myself so still. Then came the horn. It didn't blast, the way people lay on a horn when they're furious or trying to warn someone. It wasn't the brief, assertive honk you give in a parking lot. It was weak. A stuttering, uncertain bip. Bip. Like someone's arm had fallen against the steering wheel and their weight hit the horn in uneven pulses. The sound cut through the wind in short, pleading notes. 3 beeps, a pause, 2 more, a longer pause. It stopped, then started again, softer this time, as if it was coming from farther away or the person leaning on it was losing strength. It's easy to tell yourself stories when you're safe behind glass. I pictured a driver folded over the wheel, dazed, trying to get anyone's attention. I pictured a hand slipping, sliding off, finding the horn by accident. The guilt that had been hovering in the back of my chest started to climb higher. I stepped back from the window. The wind roared. The horn bleated again, then went silent. I walked back into the living room with that numb, floating feeling you get when you're not quite present in your own skin. The couch looked exactly the same as I'd left it. The empty pizza box on the coffee table, the half-finished Pepsi can sweating condensation, the dim light from the kitchen spilling just enough glow to keep the room from feeling like a cave. I sat down, laptop screen still open to a half-written response to some ticket that suddenly felt pointless. My fingers hovered over the keys and didn't move. Somewhere out there, a car sat at an impossible angle in a ditch. Someone might be inside it, or it might be empty, abandoned, another victim of people overreacting to forecasts and then underreacting to the actual weather. My phone buzzed on the cushion next to me, making me jump. The screen lit up my thigh with that cool bluish glow. Ring. Motion detected. Front door, of course. The wind again, blowing snow. Another empty alert. I picked it up anyway and tapped the notification. Habit, curiosity, maybe something else. The app opened to the live view, the little live badge glowing red in the corner. There it was, my front porch, in real time. Yellow light spilling from the fixture above the door. Snow slanting across the frame in thick lines, stacking up in the corners of the steps. No packages, no raccoons, no shadowy figures, just my own front door and the storm beyond it. I watched, waiting for the label at the bottom to auto-update to blowing snow like it always did. Instead, something else happened. Through the tiny speaker at the bottom of my phone, past the hiss of the wind, I heard it. Bam, bam, bam. 3 knocks, hard, close. The kind of force that makes the wood in a door flex just a little in its frame. On the screen, nothing moved. The camera didn't shake. The image didn't glitch or jump. But the sound was unmistakable, vibrating the cheap plastic case against my hand. A split second after the third hit, the app stuttered. The live badge flashed, then disappeared. A spinning circle popped up in the middle of the video. Connection lost. The image went black. For a fraction of a second, I thought, power outage. But the lamp in the corner was still on. The furnace was still humming. The router light in the office hadn't gone dark. Just the connection between my doorbell and my phone had severed, as if the cable carrying the image had been cut. But the one carrying the sound, at least for that brief moment, had made it through. I didn't have time to process that, because as the app dropped me back to the device list, the knocks came again. This time, they weren't coming out of my phone. Bam, bam, bam. Same cadence, same weight. Right on the other side of my actual front door. The sound rolled down the hallway and into the living room. The wood in the frame buzzing, the glass inset in the door chiming a little with the impact. It was like hearing an echo arrive before the original sound. My heart lurched up into my throat. For a second, I just sat there, phone frozen in my hand, staring at the dark list of cameras and thinking how impossible it was that I had heard the same 3 knocks twice. Once in a feed showing an empty porch, and once in my own house. That was the first time I realized something was wrong with the way sound and image lined up that night. 3.1. Opening the door a few inches too far. The second set of knocks hit harder than the first. Bam! 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 The wood in the door frame shuddered. The thin strip of glass in the upper panel gave a quick, nervous rattle, like it was afraid it might finally give up and spiderweb. Underneath it all, the storm kept screaming, the wind shoving against the siding in long, relentless pushes. For a moment, I just sat there on the couch, phone slack in my hand, feeling the vibration of the hits in the cushions. Whoever was out there hadn't just knocked like someone asking a favor. They'd hit my door like they believed it owed them something. Another knock came. One single heavy blow that made the hall picture frames tap quietly against the wall. I stood up before I'd fully decided to. My legs felt stiff, half numb from sitting. I left the living room lights off on purpose, like that might give me some kind of advantage. The only illumination came from the kitchen oversing light and the porch lamp bleeding in through the frosted glass at the top of the door, turning the hallway into a narrow tunnel of shadow and yellow. My phone was still in my hand, the Ring app open on the list of devices. I thumbed back into the front door camera, but the live view still showed the spinning wheel, connecting. The longer it spun, the less it felt like a Wi-Fi problem, and the more it felt like the system itself was flinching. I slipped the phone into my hoodie pocket and stepped up to the door. The closer I got, the more I could hear the storm clearly. Wind howling through the tiny gaps in the frame, snow hitting the glass like thrown rice. The faint, dull rattle of something on the porch moving just enough to tap the wall. I put my eye to the peephole. The fisheye lens warped everything, made the porch look oddly curved, edges bending in. The yellow light over the door lit the steps and a slice of the yard beyond, where the air was a thick chaos of white. Right up against the door, so close he almost filled the entire circle of view, was a man. He was turned slightly away from the peephole, shoulder angled toward the storm, head bent. Dark green, maybe blue, parka, the kind with a fur-trimmed hood pulled up. The hood cast his face in shadow, but I could see enough. A jawline rough with stubble, skin chapped red across the cheeks, snowflakes clinging to his eyebrows, and lashes like dust on spiderwebs. His shoulders rolled up tight around his neck, the posture of someone who had been fighting the cold for too long. Even through the door, I could hear the wind tearing around him. It slipped under the threshold in thin, icy drafts, licking at my bare ankles. Snow grains hit the siding outside in little bursts, louder now that I knew there was a body standing between it and my house. My throat felt dry. I cleared it before I spoke. "Who is it?" I called, the words sounding thinner than I meant them to. For half a beat, the figure didn't move. Then his head turned, and he angled closer to the peephole, as if he knew exactly where my eye was. His voice came through the wood, rough and ragged, each word dragged out on short, sharp breaths. "Hey man, I'm sorry. My car, I slid off the road. I've been walking for 20 minutes. My phone died." There was a hitch, like he had to swallow something before the next phrase. "I'm freezing. I just need to come in and warm up a minute. Use a phone, please." It was exactly what you'd expect someone in his situation to say. Too exactly, maybe, like dialogue written in advance. Behind his words, I could hear the storm leaking in, wind over his microphone breath, a faint whistle through his teeth. My hand moved on its own, fishing the phone out of my pocket and opening the Ring app again. The front door camera finally connected this time. The live view blinked into existence. On the screen, the porch looked different. The steps were there, covered in a thin layer of snow that was already trying to turn into drifts. The railing, the support post, the yellow light. And yes, the man in the parka. But he was not pressed right up against the door. According to the camera, he was standing back almost 3 feet, centered on the top step. In the fisheye peephole, he had been so close I could have reached out and touched the frost, clinging to his hood, if not for the inches of wood between us. In the app, he was slightly hunched, hands folded together in front of him, head tipped forward. Too far back to be leaning his face toward the peephole as intensely as he just had. "Please," he said again, directly into the door. The peephole view showed him inches away. The screen showed him still in the same spot on the step. Lag, I told myself. Compression. These things never line up perfectly. The camera is cheap. The network is stressed. There are a dozen boring reasons for the discrepancy. The problem was the feeling that came with it. That sense that reality and its reflection were reading from 2 slightly different scripts. I slipped the deadbolt back with a soft, decisive click, but left the chain in place. The short chain between the door and the frame looked absurdly thin suddenly, more symbolic than functional. Still, it was something. I pulled the door open 3 or 4 inches. No more. The cold hit me in the face like a thrown bucket. The air on the other side of that gap was a different substance entirely, so sharp it made the inside of my nose ache. My breath rushed out in a thick cloud and hung between us for a second, before the wind shredded it. Up close, his face was clearer. His skin was flushed an angry red across his cheeks and nose. The kind of overexposed color you get when you've been in the cold too long. Small ice crystals clung to the tips of his eyebrows and the stubble on his chin. His eyes were a pale gray, pupils a little too wide, bouncing between my face and the crack in the door like he was measuring it. His coat was dusted in snow from the shoulders down. More still fell, the flakes collecting in the folds of his hood and the seams of his sleeves. His gloved hands were bare of any shopping bags or tools. No shovel, no ice scraper. Just him. "Man, thank you," he said, the words tumbling out, breathless. I thought nobody lived down here. I came around the turn and just lost it. Went right into the ditch. It's really bad out there." His voice matched the story. Tired, a little frantic, threaded with what sounded like genuine relief. He shifted from foot to foot, as if trying to keep his blood moving. I listened, but I also watched. Because in that narrow slice of space between us, something was wrong. Every time I exhaled, the porch light caught my breath and turned it into a visible cloud, bright and dense in the yellow glow. It poured out of my mouth and nose in big, obvious bursts, like smoke. Every time he exhaled, nothing came out. His chest rose and fell. His shoulders moved. His words were pushed out on clear, clipped breaths. But his mouth opened and closed into the cold air and produced nothing the light could catch. No white cloud, no thin mist. Just invisible air. The wind was hitting him square in the side. It wasn't like his breath could have slipped away unseen. There was nowhere for it to hide. It should have been as visible as mine. It wasn't. My brain tried to fill the gap quickly, to rush in plausible explanations before the unease could cement. Maybe the angle of the light was different over there. Maybe the wind was snatching it away too fast. Maybe my own breath was just closer, more obvious. You can convince yourself of a lot of things, standing half inside your house at 3 a.m. with a stranger inches away. "Where'd you slide off?" I asked, forcing my voice to sound more casual than I felt. "Toward town or toward the lake?" In this part of the county, that's how people talked. There wasn't really a north or south when you were giving directions. It was always heading toward town or out by the lake. You picked one anchor or the other, and everything oriented around it. His eyes flickered, just for a second. A tiny flinch, almost like I'd asked him a question in a language he should know but needed a second to translate. "Just up the road," he said finally, jerking his head in a vague direction past my shoulder. "I came from down there. My car's in the ditch. I've been walking for like 20 minutes. I can't feel my hands anymore, man." Down there could have meant anything. It wasn't how people here answered. A local would have said coming from town, or from the lakeside, or named a crossroad, or even just said by the old Miller place. The way you talk about where you've been is one of those things you don't think about until someone gets it just slightly wrong. It wasn't a smoking gun. Plenty of non-locals passed through these roads. Delivery drivers, tourists lost off the highway, people trying to shave time off a route because their GPS suggested a shortcut. Being imprecise didn't make him dangerous, but everything was piling up. The way the camera and the peephole didn't agree about distance, the knocks that had come through a live feed of an empty porch, the absence of a breath in air cold enough to turn mine solid. Something inside me, some quiet decision that had been forming since the first 3 knocks, clicked into place. "I'm not going to let you in," I said, keeping my tone as level as I could. "But I can call 911 for you. They'll send somebody out. You can wait in your car with the engine running. It'll be warmer than standing here." For a heartbeat, his face stayed exactly how it had been. Eyes wide, eyebrows drawn up in a mask of pleading. Then, very slowly, the expression drained out of it. His features didn't change, exactly. Nothing twisted or contorted. It was more like the emotion behind them stepped away. His eyes went flatter. The tight strain at the corners of his mouth eased into something neutral. The shiver in his shoulders stilled. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Still hoarse, still shaped by the wind, but stripped of that frantic edge. "You don't need to call anyone," he said. The words came out smoother, steadier. "Just let me in. I'll be gone in a minute." There was no please that time. The way he said it wasn't a request. It wasn't quite a threat either. It was something in between. A line delivered by someone who had played the victim of the storm role long enough and was done pretending. The wind gusted, pushing a spray of snowflakes through the narrow gap at the bottom of the door. They melted instantly against my socks, tiny needles of cold stabbing my toes. My fingers tightened on the edge of the door without me telling them to. The chain between us suddenly feeling like the only thing holding the scene together. 3.2. Between the chain and the deadbolt. There is a moment in every horror story where the narrator tells you they had a choice. This was mine. Either unhook the chain and finish opening the door, or slam it shut and accept whatever came next as my fault. He put his hand flat against the wood just below the latch, almost gently at first. Not a shove, just pressure, trying to widen the gap. The chain went taut with a thin metallic tink, then a low scrape as the mounting hardware took the strain. The door shifted half an inch, the metal link biting into the bracket. "Come on, man," he said softly. The frantic quiver was gone from his voice now. "You're not really going to leave me out here, are you?" From that distance, I could finally see his boots. They were dark, maybe black leather, not particularly worn. There was a dusting of snow around the soles, but not what there should have been. His shoulders and hood were coated, his cheeks raw and wet, but the boots looked like someone had stepped out onto the porch for a minute, not trudged through drifts from a car in the ditch. If he'd really walked for 20 minutes in this, the snow would have packed into every seam, caked around the edges in white collars. Instead, there were just a few loose crystals, like they'd landed there by accident. My brain took that detail and added it to the pile. No visible breath, vague directions. The way his whole persona had slipped when I mentioned calling 911, the mismatch between peephole and camera. On the other side of the door, his fingers curled against the wood. The pressure increased. The chain whined quietly, metal on metal. I could feel the cold bleeding through more now, like the temperature itself was slipping between us. Somewhere behind me, in the house, something went bip. It was a small, electronic chirp, too sharp to be part of the storm, too clean to be the house settling. My first thought was the Roku, that little confirmation tone it makes when you click too far. But the TV was off. So was the soundbar. The living room was dark and silent except for my own ragged breathing and the wind. The sound came again, this time accompanied by a short vibration against my leg. My phone. With one hand still braced on the door, I dug the phone out of my hoodie pocket and glanced at the screen. A new banner had slid down from the top, blue and white. Ring. Motion detected. Back door. For a second, all the air seemed to leave the hallway. I was standing at the front door. I was looking at the man trying to push his way in, and my phone was politely informing me that someone, was at the back of the house at the same time. It didn't make sense. The back door camera covered the small porch off the kitchen and a slice of the yard. No one could get back there from the front without walking past at least one window. No one could circle the house in this wind and not make any noise louder than a notification ping. He pushed again, harder. The chain jumped in its track. The screws holding it to the frame creaked like old bones. "You're being rude," he said quietly. The storm could have eaten the words, but it didn't. They slipped through the gap and into my hallway as clearly as if we were standing in the same room. The combination of pressure on my door and the alert on my phone snapped whatever thin, polite instinct I had left. I did not say anything. I did not apologize. I did not make up an excuse to soften the choice. I pulled the door shut. It moved faster than I expected. The man's hand slid off the edge with a brief scraping sound. The chain went slack, then clanked against the wood as the door slammed into the frame with a solid, satisfying thunk that I felt all the way up my arm. In the same motion, I twisted the deadbolt back into place. The thick metal rod slid into its pocket with a deep, final chunk. I flipped the small secondary latch above the handle, a cheap extra I'd installed myself, more for my own anxiety than any real security. The space between us shrank to inches of wood and metal and whatever the door was rated for. For half a heartbeat, there was nothing. No knock, no words. Just the wind and my own pulse hammering in my ears. Then he hit the door. The blow wasn't a knock this time. It was a full-body slam, like someone had thrown their shoulder into it. The entire frame shuddered. The glass panel rattled in place so hard I was sure it would crack. Something in the wall creaked alarmingly. I stumbled back 2 steps, one hand shooting out to catch myself on the hallway wall. Another hit didn't come. The house settled back into its normal storm-tossed rhythm. The vent above me hissed. The wind keened around the eaves. Underneath it, I thought I could hear the faint rasp of my own breath. I realized, distantly, that I was shaking. "Okay?" I said out loud, to myself more than anyone. My voice sounded thin and far away. Okay. That was the next move. Not to confront, not to reason, just to get someone else involved whose job it was to handle people who didn't respect closed doors. I walked fast to the kitchen, my socks sliding a little on the laminate. For some reason, it felt important to stand in the middle of the house, away from the doors and windows, as if the walls were any thicker there. The cordless landline, I still had one, a relic from the previous owner's setup, sat in its charging cradle on the counter. But my hand went to my cell instinctively. It was already out, still showing the last ring notification, like a polite reminder of my disadvantage. I hit 911 and pressed call. The line rang once, twice. Then a woman's voice came on, steady and practiced. 911, what's your emergency? This is... I gave my name, my address, hearing how shaky I sounded. I'm out on County 17, near the dead end. There's a man at my house. He says he crashed his car in the storm. I swallowed, forcing myself to focus. I think something is wrong with him. Okay, sir, she said, staying calm like they're trained to. Take a deep breath. Is he inside your house now? No, he's on the porch. I had the door chained. He was pushing on it. I shut it. The doors are locked now. Good. Do you have any weapons in the home? Firearms, knives, anything like that? I thought of the cheap kitchen knives in the drawer, the snow shovel leaning against the mudroom wall. None of it felt reassuring. Just a couple of kitchen knives, I said. Nothing serious. Okay. I want you to stay away from the doors and windows if you can. Make sure all your doors and windows are locked. Are you able to safely move to a room where you can close the door? Yeah, I said automatically, glancing down the hall toward the bedroom. Yeah, I can. Can you tell me what makes you think something is wrong with this person? She asked. Her tone didn't change, but the question wasn't just checkbox language. She was giving me room to justify the fear. I gripped the edge of the counter with my free hand until my knuckles ached. He says he slid off the road. That part makes sense. But his story is weird. He didn't know how to describe where he crashed. He doesn't sound like he's from around here. And I know this sounds crazy, but I opened the door a little with the chain on, and he was right there. He was talking, breathing hard, but I couldn't see his breath. At all. It's freezing out. And there was nothing. There was a small pause on the line, the kind where someone absorbs something and quietly files it under, maybe important, maybe not. Okay, she said again. Anything else? My camera showed him farther away than he was when I looked through the door, I added, feeling like I was stacking oddities on a table between us. And I heard knocking in the app before he knocked for real. I know that sounds... Look, there was also a crash out on the road. I saw headlights in the ditch. I think he might really have a car out there. But he said not to call anyone. He insisted I let him in. When I said I'd call 911, he changed. He got flat. It felt wrong. And you say you have a blizzard warning in effect. Yeah, they've been saying stay off the roads all day. You can probably hear it. I realized as I said it that the wind had gotten louder on my side of the call. It rushed around the earpiece in dull surges. She did not tell me I was overreacting. She did not tell me I was imagining things. She asked the next practical question. Is he still on the porch now? Do you hear him? I listened. The knocks hadn't returned. No voice filtered through the wood. But there was something else. A small, muffled sound woven into the larger noise of the storm. Crunch, crunch. Footsteps. Slow, heavy ones. Not the shuffling, hurried steps of someone pacing in panic, but measured, deliberate placements. The sound of boots compressing snow and gravel along the front of the house. They came in clear, individual beats, each one crisp in my ears despite the wind, like someone had cranked up the gain on that frequency alone. He's moving, I said quietly. He's not pounding anymore. It sounds like he's walking along the front, on the gravel, maybe toward the side. Okay, stay where you are, she said. We've notified Crow Wing County Sheriff. They're dispatching a unit, but the roads are almost impassable right now. It might take a while for them to reach you. Great, I muttered, more to myself than her. But I nodded as if she could see it. Okay. The footsteps kept going, from in front of the door, across the small patch of brick and gravel I called a flower bed, to the corner of the house. I could track them by sound alone now. Crunch, 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 pause, crunch, crunch. They were too loud. That was what got me. In weather like this, everything else sounded muted, smothered by snow. But each step landed with this amplified clarity, as if the house itself was acting like a conductor for the sound, carrying it straight through the walls and into my inner ear. Sir? The dispatcher said. Are you still with me? Yeah, I whispered. My voice came out thin and hoarse. He's going around the side. Against every piece of advice I had just been given, I moved. I couldn't help it. It felt worse not to see. I kept the phone pressed to my ear, the dispatcher's breathing and the faint clicking of her keyboard a distant backdrop, and walked softly down the short hallway from the kitchen to the office. I didn't turn on any lights. The last thing I wanted was to turn myself into a silhouette. The side window in the office faced the strip of yard between my house and the invisible line of trees beyond. I approached it carefully, keeping my body below the sill at first, then raised just enough to peek over the edge. One finger slid under the bottom of the curtain and lifted it half an inch, then another. Outside, the blizzard still raged, but closer to the house, the wind had carved tunnels in the air. The snow, lit from my porch and kitchen light bleeding around the corners, moved in visible currents. He was standing at the corner of the house. From my vantage point, I could see the side of his face now. The hood was still up, but the fur trim framed a profile that looked strangely composed. His back was to me, shoulders relaxed, hands at his sides. He was not facing the front door anymore. He'd turned and was looking up, his head tilted slightly back, at the line of dark rectangles that marked my bedroom and the spare room windows. The glass in them was black from the outside. My lights off. But he stared at them like he could see straight through, like he was counting them. 1, 2, 3. The wind buffeted his coat, tugging at the hem, shaking the hood, flinging snow across his body. He did not sway. He did not brace. His stance was rock steady, planted as if someone had screwed his boots into the frozen ground. "Sir?" the dispatcher's voice said in my ear. "What's happening now?" I watched his head tilt just a fraction further, as if he were memorizing where I slept. "He's not cold anymore," I whispered. "That's what's happening." 3.3. The first time. He touched the back door. The footsteps at the corner stopped for a moment, like he was orienting himself. Then they started again, moving along the side of the house. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Closer this time, parallel to the hallway that ran from my office to the kitchen. I could hear the faint whisper of his coat brushing the siding between each step, a soft shoof, shoof that made my teeth hurt. I let the curtain fall shut like it had burned my fingers. "Sir?" the dispatcher asked in my ear, voice careful. "Do not approach him. Stay away from the windows." "I'm not—" I started, but the sentence came out as a whisper. I cleared my throat. "I'm not going near him." I moved anyway, not toward him exactly, but along the same path, inside. The hallway was a narrow tunnel of shadow, lit only by a cheap nightlight plugged into an outlet halfway down. It cast this weak, bluish glow that barely reached the floor, more suggestion than illumination. My socks were nearly silent on the wood, but every step sounded huge in my own ears. Outside, he reached the back corner. I couldn't see it, but the sound mapped his progress. The crunch of his boots shifted from the yard side to directly behind the kitchen wall. The wind hammered at that side of the house, making the siding creak. I could almost picture him running his hand along it, trailing his fingers as he went. The back door was just off the kitchen, a plain steel thing with a small square window at the top. We used to call them storm doors in the city, heavy and ugly and purely practical. On calmer nights, I'd step out there to shake crumbs off the welcome mat or dump coffee grounds into the trash can. Tonight, it might as well have been a hatch on a submarine. I had just stepped into the kitchen when he hit it. He didn't knock. He grabbed the doorknob and tried to rip it off the house. The metal latch rattled violently in the frame, a rapid-fire clack, 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 clack that echoed off the cabinets. The whole door shook in its hinges, the loose spoon in the drawer next to it chiming in rhythm. For a second, my stupid lizard brain thought earthquake again, but no. This vibration had a center, a heart. It was a man-sized impact point. "Sir, what's happening?" the dispatcher demanded, her voice sharper now. "Is he inside?" "He's at my back door," I managed. My words came out thin, almost childish. "He's trying the handle. He's shaking it." As if in response, the attack changed. The rattling stopped, replaced by a deeper, sickening whump as a shoulder, or maybe a whole body, slammed into the panel. The force went through the wood, through the frame, and into the floor. The dishes in the cabinet above the counter knocked against each other with a faint clatter. The small decorative magnet on the fridge slipped a fraction of an inch. I felt it in the soles of my feet. The vibration came up through the boards with each impact, a dull shock that traveled from my heels to my teeth. He hit it again. Whump. The window at the top of the door buzzed like a struck cymbal. I backed away, every instinct yanking me toward the narrow hallway off the kitchen, the one that led to the bathroom and my bedroom. My free hand groped blindly along the counter until my fingers closed around the handle of the biggest knife in the cheap block by the stove. It wasn't much. 8 inches of dull steel, the edge long since surrendered to years of sawing through frozen pizza. The black plastic handle had a hairline crack running down one side that flexed a little when I gripped it too hard. It was the opposite of reassuring, but it was something. "I'm going to my bedroom," I told the dispatcher, breath coming faster. "The back door is still locked, but he's hitting it hard." "Okay," she said, falling back into that calm, measured cadence that people like me cling to. "Go to your bedroom and lock the door. Stay on the line with me. Remember, you are not to confront him. The deputies are on their way." The banging continued behind me, a relentless, ugly rhythm. It wasn't a battering ram, it was worse. A series of attempts that didn't care whether the next one succeeded or the one after that. Just persistence, just testing. The hallway to the bedroom felt longer than it ever had. The nightlight's faint glow molded the shadows into oblong shapes that looked like people until I blinked. The storm's roar was muffled back here, but the impacts traveled. Each slam against the back door produced a faint knock in the walls, like the house was trying to pass me a message in Morse code. Here, here, here. I slipped into the bedroom and closed the door quietly, as if noise might give me away even though he already knew exactly where I was. The hollow core door between me and the rest of the house suddenly seemed incredibly thin. I turned the small lock on the knob with shaking fingers, then slid the flimsy chain I'd added out of habit. Motel security for a place that had never needed it, until now. I didn't lean against the door. Somehow that felt like inviting whatever was on the other side to push harder. Instead, I moved to the middle of the room and stood there, knife in one hand, phone pressed to my ear with the other, heart beating so hard it made my vision pulse. "Is he inside the house?" the dispatcher asked again, more insistent. "I need to know if he has gained entry." "No," I said. "Not yet. He's still at the back door. He keeps..." The sentence trailed off on its own because the sound stopped. 1 second, the door was taking hit after hit, telegraphing each blow through the frame. The next, nothing. No rattling, no slamming. The wind didn't stop. I could still hear it, a constant presence. But the house itself went suddenly still, like someone had hit mute on its reactions. Silence in a storm is its own kind of noise. It presses in. Without the banging, I could hear everything else with painful clarity. The faint tick, tick, tick inside the walls as hot air stopped moving through the vents. The way the furnace cycled off with a soft, reluctant sigh as the thermostat decided the house had finally reached the temperature I'd set. A tiny creak in the bed frame as it settled, empty under its own weight. I realized the dispatcher had said my name twice. "Yeah," I blurted. "Sorry, he..." stopped. He was trying the back door and now it's quiet. "Quiet can be good," she said, though I heard the doubt lurking under the script. "He may have left. Stay where you are until the deputies arrive, okay?" I wanted to believe her. I wanted to picture him trudging back to his allegedly wrecked car, defeated, deciding to risk hypothermia rather than a locked door. But another part of my mind, the part that had noticed his steady stance in the wind, his lack of visible breath, quietly suggested other options. The house listened with me. In that thick, cold silence, a new sound brushed its way into my awareness. It came from the wall directly behind my headboard. A soft, dragging noise, so gentle I almost mistook it for imagination at first. "Shh," Not the hard scrape of branches, not the tap of hail. It was continuous, delicate, like the tip of a gloved finger or a bare nail moving very slowly across glass that had a fine layer of frost on it. The sound of something, or someone, tracing a line along the outside of the bedroom window. My skin went cold in places the storm couldn't reach. I turned, very slowly, to look at the window above the bed. The blinds were down, the slats tilted shut. From in here, it was just a dark rectangle faintly lighter than the wall. On the other side, a pane of glass separated me from outside. When the house had been inspected, I'd bought into the reassurance that it was double-paned, insulated, rated for worst-case scenarios. That hadn't included fingers. The sound continued, unhurried. It started at one corner and drifted across, paused, then came back, as if whoever was making it was testing the edges, drawing invisible shapes only they could see from their side. "Sir?" the dispatcher said. "You're quiet again. Remember to keep talking to me. You're not alone right now." "There's something at my bedroom window," I whispered. Saying it out loud made it more solid, and some stubborn part of me hated that. Like someone's drawing on it, from outside. She was quiet for a heartbeat, probably checking whatever notes she'd already typed. "The back of your house faces? Backyard," I said. "Trees beyond that. No porch, just the ground and the wall. So there's no overhang he could be under." No. No answer she could give me would make the physics of it feel better. The drifts might be high, sure, but not high enough to put someone's hand at the level of that window unless they were standing on something, or unless they didn't need a stable surface at all. Before I could follow that thought too far, my phone vibrated in my hand. Not the short buzz of another notification banner. A longer, insistent rattle that indicated something else entirely. A new voicemail. For a second, my brain refused to reconcile the two realities. I was on the phone. I was already talking to someone. How could I be receiving a voicemail at the same time? The dispatcher heard the faint buzz. "Is that him calling you?" she asked. I think I just got a voicemail," I said, staring at the small icon that had popped up at the top of the screen. A tiny green tape symbol next to the words, "New voicemail." From a number I don't recognize. "Don't call anyone back right now," she said. "Stay on the line with me. The deputies are en route. You can check it later." She was right. The rational move was to ignore it. Let the message sit there like an unopened letter. Wait for the sheriff to arrive, then hand over my phone and let them deal with it. Instead, while she continued talking, asking me to confirm again that I was safe, that the bedroom door was locked, that I hadn't heard breaking glass, I found my thumb moving almost on its own. Muscle memory, years of checking missed calls. The voicemail tab opened in a small overlay. One new message, 3 seconds long, from an unfamiliar local number. Timestamp, 10:39 p.m., 1 minute before I'd heard the first crash on the road. "Sir?" the dispatcher said, her voice muffled now behind the menu in my ear. "Stay with me." I hit play. For 3 seconds, my own phone pressed against my face played back the sound of my front door being assaulted. 3 heavy knocks, bam, 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 same force, same distance. The acoustics of my own entryway captured perfectly. No voice before or after, no breathing, just 3 impacts and then dead air. The hair on my arm stood up under my hoodie. The timestamp burned at the top of the screen. 10:39 p.m. I had still been on the couch then. I hadn't heard any knocking until later. The first sound I'd registered from outside had been the crash on the road. "Sir?" The dispatcher's voice snapped back into full clarity as the playback ended. "Talk to me. What's happening?" "There's a voicemail," I said slowly, the words feeling too big in my mouth. "Someone called me before all this. It's the sound of my door. 3 knocks, same as tonight. Timestamp is before I heard the crash. Can you forward that to the deputies when they arrive?" she asked, professional even as her typing picked up speed. "Do not open the door for anyone who does not identify themselves as law enforcement." As if on cue, another new sound leaked into the bedroom's stale air. A faint, distant wail, high and falling, then rising again. It came from somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the yard, a siren fighting its way through the storm. At first it was barely there, swallowed by wind and distance. Then, gradually, it grew louder, cutting a thin, insistent line through the constant roar outside. The storm tried to drown it, but the pitch of it found every gap, every seam. "They're close," the dispatcher said. I could hear the relief she wasn't quite letting herself feel fully. "That should be them. Stay in your room until they announce themselves at your door." The siren swelled, then dropped abruptly, as the vehicle must have turned onto County 17. Headlights, brighter than anything I'd seen all night, swept across the far wall of my bedroom in a wash of pale, flickering light. A moment later, red and blue strobes followed, bleeding through the edges of the blinds, painting the room in short, disorienting flashes. Blue, red, like a heartbeat the storm couldn't quite erase. For the first time since the knocking had started, I wasn't sure if I was more afraid of the man outside or of what the deputies might not find when they got there. 4.1. When the sheriff came. The siren cut off so abruptly, it felt like someone had reached into my chest and yanked a wire. 1 second, it was wailing down County 17, rising and falling over the wind. The next, there was just the storm again, rushing and hissing against the siding like it hadn't been interrupted at all. Only the flicker of red and blue leaking around the edges of my blinds proved I hadn't imagined the whole thing. "They should be there now," the dispatcher said in my ear. "Stay in your bedroom. They'll identify themselves at the door. Do not open it for anyone else." As if she'd rehearsed it with them, there was a heavy thud on the front porch. Not the desperate pounding from before, but the solid thunk of a car door being closed against the wind. Through the storm, faint but clear, I heard the crackle of a radio and a man's voice, distorted by static. "Unit 3-2 on scene at County 17 address," he said. "Visibility low. Proceeding to make contact." Flashlight beams swept briefly across my bedroom window, bright even through the blinds. A few seconds later, more footsteps on the porch. These ones purposeful, boots squeaking in the packed snow with each step. Then, 3 quick knocks on the front door. Not the violent hits from earlier. 3 sharp, professional raps. "Crow Wing County Sheriff!" a voice called, raised just enough to carry through the storm and the wood. "Sir, it's the sheriff's office. You can hang up with dispatch and come open for us." The dispatcher's voice softened in my ear. "That's them. You can end the call when you're ready. If anything changes, call us back immediately." "Okay," I said. "Thank you." The line clicked dead. For a second, the room felt somehow emptier without her voice. Just me, the knife, the locked door, and the fading echo of siren in my head. I slid the phone into my pocket, kept the knife in my hand, and unlocked the bedroom door. The hallway seemed shorter now that there was somewhere safe to go, but my legs still didn't trust it. I moved slowly, listening for anything that didn't sound like law enforcement. Nothing. No scraping at the windows. No footsteps along the side of the house. Just the storm and the occasional muffled crackle from a radio outside. At the front door, I paused long enough to check the peephole. The fisheye lens showed two figures on my porch, both in heavy jackets marked in reflective lettering, hoods up against the snow. One taller, broad-shouldered, posture relaxed but ready. The other a little shorter, angled slightly so he could see the driveway and the yard. Their SUV idled at the edge of the drive, white paint and a green stripe. Crow Wing County Sheriff stenciled along the side. Its light bar pulsed blue-red-blue across the whiteout. I undid the chain, snapped the deadbolt back, and opened the door. The cold that rushed in felt different with other people attached to it. Less supernatural, more practical. The taller deputy, the older of the two, judging by the lines around his eyes, gave me a quick once-over, gaze flicking from my face to the knife in my hand. "Mind setting that down somewhere?" he asked. His tone wasn't accusing, just firm. "We're on your side." "Yeah," I said quickly, realizing how it must look. I set the knife on the small table by the door, handle pointed away from everyone. The older deputy introduced himself as Hayes. The younger one, Clark, nodded in that half-awkward way people do when they're still figuring out how to carry a badge. Both of them had snow crusted on their shoulders and hats. Their breath billowed out in heavy clouds as they stepped inside, the snow on their boots squeaking loudly against the mat. Their radio crackled again as the door closed behind them, muting the storm just enough that indoor sounds felt real again. Hayes reached to his shoulder and turned the volume down a notch. "All right," he said. "Dispatch gave us the basics, but why don't you walk us through what happened in your own words? We're going to do a quick sweep of the house while you talk, if that's okay." "Please," I said. "Yeah, that's fine." They did it like they'd done it 1,000 times. Hayes stayed close, listening, while Clark moved ahead, flicking light switches and sweeping each room with his flashlight, even when the overhead lights came on. The sudden brightness in the living room made everything look wrong for a second. The couch, the pizza box, the half-empty Pepsi can all seemed like props from a life that belonged to someone else. As they moved through, I told them. The crash on the road, the way the headlights had looked wrong, the horn bleeding weakly through the storm, the knocks on the door, how they'd come first through my phone, then in reality. The man in the parka, his story, his breath that didn't show, the way he'd pushed against the chain, the ring notifications from both front and back doors, the pounding on the back, the footsteps along the siding, the scraping at my bedroom window. I even told them about the voicemail. That, more than anything, made me feel like I was talking about a ghost story, not an incident report, a message of my own front door being knocked on, time-stamped for before I'd heard the crash. Hayes' face stayed composed, but his eyes narrowed slightly at that. Clark, sweeping his flashlight in a practiced arc through the doorway to the basement, paused just long enough to glance back at me before he continued down the stairs. In the kitchen, Clark checked the back door thoroughly, running his gloved fingers along the handle and the deadbolt. The metal around the knob was scuffed, faint silver arcs where something hard had hit it repeatedly. It looked less dramatic than it had felt shaking the whole frame, but the marks were there. "Still locked, no warping?" Clark reported up to Hayes. "No visible damage to the jamb. Some fresh scratches on the hardware, but that's it." Hayes nodded and scribbled something in his notebook. "Any broken glass? Any signs he actually made entry at any point?" "No, sir. Basement's clear too. Nobody inside as far as I can tell. They checked the bedroom last. Clark flicked the light on and gave my cramped, rumpled world the same professional treatment he'd given the rest of the house. Closet, under the bed, behind the door. His flashlight beam paused on the blinds over the window, lingering a second longer than necessary, as if he expected to see a face pressed against the other side. He lifted one slat with a finger and peered out into the storm, then let it drop. "Nothing obvious out there," he said softly. If he saw anything like a handprint, he didn't say so. Not yet. Back in the living room, Hayes tucked his notebook away. "Okay, here's the good news," he said. "Your house is secure. No signs of forced entry. You did the right thing keeping the doors locked and calling us instead of opening up." I wanted the reassurance to land harder than it did. The words bounced off something inside me that was still listening for footsteps. "What about the guy?" I asked. "If he's out there in this..." "We're going to take a look," he said. "You said you saw headlights in the ditch?" "Yeah, out there." I pointed toward the office window. They looked angled down, like the car was nose first. "All right," Hayes said. He nodded to Clark. "Grab the big light. Let's see what we can see from the road first before we go stomping around in the ditch." They both went back to the front door, braced themselves, and stepped out onto the porch. The wind grabbed the door immediately, but Hayes kept his hand on it, letting it slam only once, with controlled force. Cold air knifed into the hallway again, carrying the smell of exhaust and snow. I followed as far as the small rug by the door and watched through the narrow sidelight as best I could. The SUV's light bar was still popping off against the wall of white, but their handhelds did more. Twin beams cut outward, one sweeping the driveway, the other slicing across the road and into the ditch beyond. Snowflakes, huge and frantic, spun through the cones of light, making it hard to see more than a few yards. There was no car in the ditch, no dark shape half buried in a drift, no glint of metal, no shadow where something shouldn't be. Just the road, already partially filled in despite whatever plow had come through earlier, and the ditch, smoother, flatter than it had any right to be. "It was right there," I said, half to myself. "The headlights were angled. I saw them." Hayes didn't contradict me. He swung his beam along the shoulder slowly, his boots making that familiar crunch in the snow. Clark walked farther down, toward where the driveway met the road, and then a little beyond, his light tracking the edge like he might catch the ghost of a bumper. "If he slid off, he got out," Clark called over the wind. "I'm not seeing anything stuck right now." They regrouped near the mouth of my driveway. The beams of their lights shifted downward, tracing along the ground this time. From the doorway, I could see what they were looking at once my eyes adjusted. Tire tracks. 2 parallel grooves cut into the fresh snow, dark where rubber had pressed down to whatever compacted layer was underneath. They came up County 17 from the direction of town, swerved just a little as they approached my driveway, then turned in cleanly. No wild skid, no evidence of a spin-out, just a deliberate turn. The tracks went up my driveway, arced near the house where the SUV was now parked, then looped around and went back out toward the road. The pattern was neat, almost like someone had pulled in, paused, and then changed their mind. Hayes followed them with his flashlight, his shoulders hunched against the wind. He traced them all the way to where they rejoined the road, then stood there a second, looking in the direction they'd come from and the direction they'd gone. "If he slid into the ditch," Clark said quietly. "He's not there now. Either he drove out before we got here, or there was never a crash to begin with." The words hung in the air between us, heavy as the snow. Inside the doorway, I felt something in me tilt. Up until that moment, I'd been clinging to the idea that some part of this was normal. That, underneath the weird details, there was a simple story. A man had crashed his car in bad weather, panicked, and come to the nearest house. Maybe he was high. Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he was just unstable. Those were human explanations. They fit in police reports and court dates. But tire tracks that showed a controlled turn into my driveway and out again didn't match the sound I'd heard. The heavy thud of a bumper hitting something solid, the scraping of metal along asphalt, the horn bleeding weakly in the dark. You can mishear a lot of things in a storm. Two deputies' flashlights tracing a perfect loop of rubber through the snow is harder to argue with. Maybe I freaked myself out, I heard myself say, voice small. Maybe it was just a plow or something I heard. Maybe he came up my drive and I don't know. I was already scared. Hayes turned back toward me, lowering his flashlight so he didn't blind me. Snow clung to his mustache, melting slowly in the porch light. "You're not the first person to get spooked in a storm," he said. "Blizzard nights do funny things to sound. They do funny things to people's nerves, too." He was offering me a way to file all of this under bad night, no incident. A box to put the fear in, tape shut, and label weather-induced anxiety. Behind him, though, the tracks in the snow told a different story. They said someone had turned into my driveway, sat close enough to see my porch light glowing in the whiteout, and then decided to leave. Someone who, according to my phone, had knocked on my door before I even knew they were there. 4.2. Footsteps in the snow. It was Hayes who noticed the footprints first. He'd followed the tire tracks back up the driveway toward the house, his flashlight beam grazing the edges of the ruts. About halfway between the road and the porch, he angled the light off to the right, into the untouched snow. "Hang on," he said, voice cutting through the wind. "Clark, look here." I stepped onto the porch, careful to stay in the clear patch just outside the door where they'd already trampled the snow down. Even from there, with the storm still trying its best to erase everything, I could see them when his light hit just right. Footprints, a single line of them, starting right where the tire tracks had curved to turn around. The boots had left neat, deep impressions, toes pointed toward my house. The stride was consistent, each step the same distance from the last. No dragging, no staggering, just someone walking with purpose. They led straight up the middle of the driveway for several yards, then veered off toward the front steps, cutting across what had been my shoveled path before the storm buried it. "Those yours?" Hayes called back over his shoulder. I shook my head before remembering he might not see it in the blowing snow. "No. I've been inside since before it got bad." He nodded, not in disbelief, just logging the answer. Clark swung his own beam alongside, the two flashlights bright enough together to carve a corridor in the falling white. The prints were clear in a way that made my stomach twist. The storm hadn't wiped them out. If anything, the wind had sharpened their edges, packing snow tight around each impression so it looked like someone had stamped them there with a mold. "You said he came to the front door first," Hayes said. "Let's see where he went after that." They followed the trail up to the porch, boots squeaking as they stepped where he had stepped. From where I stood in the open doorway, I could see the pattern plain as day. Up the driveway, onto the concrete pad, right to the spot in front of my door where the snow had been scuffed and compacted earlier by his shifting weight as he'd argued with my chain. Seeing the physical evidence of that made my skin crawl. Up until then, there was still some slim, ridiculous part of me that had entertained the idea I'd imagined him. Stress, isolation, too much wind, and caffeine. The footprints didn't care about my coping mechanisms. They were a record. Heel, toe, heel, toe. Okay, Hayes murmured, more to himself than to us. He comes up, tries your door, then what? Clark turned, his beam tracing along the edge of the porch and down over the low rail into the small flower bed beside the steps. The snow there was deeper, up to mid-calf, easy, and untouched, except for one thing. The footprints continued. They dropped off the porch in a messy slide. The first step deeper as whoever it was misjudged the height, then settled back into that same steady pattern. From there, they hugged the side of the house, close enough that whoever made them could have brushed their shoulder along the siding as they walked. "You see that?" Clark said. He sounded less like he was talking to Hayes than to the cold air itself. I stepped out onto the porch fully now, the wind immediately grabbing at my hoodie, clutching at my throat. The cold felt sharper, more personal, now that I knew exactly where he'd gone. Hayes angled his flashlight along the side of the house, and the trail revealed itself inch by inch. Each footprint was an oval depression with a defined heel, a tread pattern faint but visible. They walked right past the front bedroom window, along the flower bed, turning the corner with the house like it was nothing. "He went around," Hayes said. "Just like you said." They followed the tracks, and I followed them, staying on the porch as long as I could before the angle hid them from me. Finally, the need to see overcame my desire to stay inside. I stepped down into the snow, my socks soaking through instantly, the cold knifing up through the soles of my feet. I realized, dimly, that I'd never put my boots back on. If I'd thought the storm had eased when they arrived, that was wishful thinking. The wind was still a constant pressure, pushing snow across the yard in sheets. But close to the house, where the structure broke the worst of it, there was a pocket of relative stillness. In that pocket, the footprints looked almost sculpted. They trailed along the side wall to the corner I'd seen him at from my office window. There, they paused and turned, the prints facing outward, toes pointed toward the side yard and the invisible line of trees beyond. I could picture him standing there, head tipped up, counting my windows. From there, the trail moved on, curving around the back of the house. We rounded the same corner, all three of us in a staggered line. This side of the house felt more exposed. The kitchen window glowed weakly from within. The back door's small square of glass reflected our lights. Beyond that, the yard stretched away into darkness, the world reduced to white and whatever our flashlights chose to touch. The footprints continued along the foundation, the stride still regular, still calm. They led straight past the back door. "Did he try this one too?" Clark asked, shining his light over the scuffed concrete pad. "He did more than try it," I said. My voice sounded small against the wind. "He was throwing himself against it." Clark nodded, his jaw tightening, but he didn't say anything. The door itself bore the faint scars he'd already pointed out. Scratches around the lock, a smudge where a shoulder had hit. The trail didn't stop there, though. It kept going. Past the back door, the footprints continued along the wall, heading toward the far corner. And then, they stopped, abruptly, directly below my bedroom window. Hayes and Clark both lowered their beams almost at the same time, converging on that last pair of prints. They were deeper than the rest, the edges slightly more ragged, like the weight over them had shifted side to side. "That's it?" I said, the words torn away a little by the wind. "That's where they end?" Hayes didn't answer right away. He stepped closer, his boots carefully avoiding the impressions, and swept his light beyond them. Nothing. For 3 or 4 yards past that spot, the snow was smooth. Not untouched. Nothing out here was truly untouched anymore, but unbroken. The drift rose gently, a white wave curling toward the tree line. No depressions, no trail continuing outward, no parallel line leading back toward the driveway. Just the last 2 holes in the snow, then blankness. Clark knelt, squinting at the edges of the final footprints. Could be, he said slowly, that the wind filled the rest of it in, or the drifts. Once you get away from the house, this stuff moves fast. Maybe. But I could see the difference even with my half-frozen eyes. Around the last prints, the snow looked carved, packed in tight, edges sharp. Just beyond them, the surface turned to soft, untouched ripples, the kind the wind makes when it sculpts snow over hours, not minutes. It doesn't pick and choose like that, I said, more to myself than to them. Why would it erase some and not the others? Hayes straightened, his face hard to read in the flashing wash from the SUV's lights. You'd be surprised how this stuff can play tricks, he said. You ever see where a drift will form on one side of a fence and not the other? Or clear a path in one direction and not another? Snow's weird. He was giving me another ordinary explanation, another way to file what I was seeing under weather phenomena, instead of something impossible happened 20 feet from where you sleep. Behind us, as if trying to remind me which world I lived in, the furnace kicked on. I heard it twice. Once as the deep, familiar rumble through the soles of my feet, and again as a softer version, leaking out through the vent pipe and whatever tiny cracks existed in the back wall. Standing in the snow, with deputies' flashlights probing the spot where footprints ended in mid-yard, that sound felt wrong. It was a domestic noise, the sound of a machine trying to keep my house at 72 degrees, sneaking into a scene that had no business being ordinary. The wind shuffled the sound away. The snow stayed smooth beyond the last prints. You sure you didn't come out here before we arrived? Clark asked suddenly, turning his flashlight toward me instead of the ground. His tone wasn't accusatory, just curious, but the light in my eyes made me blink. What? I asked. He angled the beam away a little, down toward the footprints again. I'm just saying, we're only seeing one set of prints. Single stride pattern, same boot tread. If you'd come out here in a hurry, maybe to check something, in the stress of it, you might have forgotten before you called. He wasn't being a jerk. He was following his training. Start with the simplest explanation. The homeowner, already frightened, went out and then misremembered. The alternative was what? That a stranger had walked around my house, stood under my window, and then ceased to exist. I didn't come out here, I said. The words felt like they were pushing through a thick, invisible membrane between us. I never opened any door fully, just the front on the chain. I didn't step outside until you got here. Hayes watched me carefully, then the prints, then the smooth snow beyond. People under stress sometimes lose track of what they did and didn't do, he said slowly. That's not an accusation. It's just something we see. I wanted to be offended. I wanted to insist, loudly, that I knew my own movements. But under the roar of the storm and the weight of their flashlights and the sight of 2 lonely footprints leading nowhere, another, quieter thought crawled in. What if they were right? What if my own memory was the least reliable thing out here? I thought about the voicemail, time-stamped before the crash, about the knocks that came through my phone before my door, about the way my camera and my peephole couldn't agree on distance. All the ways sound and image and time had slipped out of alignment that night. In that context, the idea that I might have gone outside and forgotten it didn't sound comforting. It sounded like something had reached into my life and put its hand on the timeline, nudging things out of place. Hayes clapped a gloved hand on Clark's shoulder, a small, grounding gesture. "Let's get some pictures of this," he said. "Then we'll file the report and put out a bolo for anyone matching your description of the guy. If he's on foot in this, he'll show up somewhere, or someone will find his car." He didn't say what would happen if nobody did. As they moved back toward the SUV to grab a camera, I stayed where I was for a second longer, staring at those last 2 footprints under my bedroom window. The furnace hummed behind me like a heartbeat. The wind pulled at my clothes. The snow, just a few yards away, lay smooth and unbroken, like it was hiding something, or like it had never been touched at all. In the official version of that night, written down later in neat lines on a report, the footprints would be evidence of a trespasser who fled before officers arrived. The missing trail would be a quirk of weather, standing there in my soaking socks, watching my breath plume into the cold while his never had. I knew better. The problem was, I was starting to realize I might be the only one who ever would. 4.3. The hands on the wall. We were just about done. Hayes had taken his photos of the footprints, the tire tracks, the scuffed back door. Clark had jotted down times, cross streets, my best attempt at a description of the man in the parka. The SUV idled at the mouth of the driveway, exhaust streaming in a steady white plume that blended into the storm. The plan, as I understood it, was simple. They'd do one last walk around, file the report, put out a notice for any stalled vehicles on County 17 or nearby roads, and then leave me with my locked doors and the wind. I was halfway back to the front door, toes numb inside my soaked socks, when Clark's voice cut the night. "Sir," he called from somewhere around the back corner. "You'll want to see this." It wasn't the tone of someone who'd found nothing. It wasn't quite alarmed either, more like the careful neutral someone uses when they don't want to flavor what you're about to see. I followed the side of the house, boots squeaking now after I'd finally had the sense to shove them on. The wind hit me harder on this side, knifing between the house and the tree line. The beam from Clark's flashlight bounced off the snow until I rounded the corner and saw where he'd stopped. He stood a few feet back from the wall, his light angled upward. Hayes was beside him, hands on his hips, his own flashlight pointed at the same spot. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at. On the white vinyl siding, directly beneath the overhang of the roof and just to the left of my bedroom window, were 2 handprints. Not cutesy, painted ones like kids leave on craft projects. Not the faint smudges you get from brushing against a dirty surface. These were clear, dark, deliberate. Each palm was splayed wide, 5 fingers spread like a star. The prints were a muddy gray-brown against the siding, streaked slightly downward as if whoever had placed them there had slid a little, or shifted their weight. The fingers ended in faint smears, lines trailing toward the ground 4 or 5 inches before fading into nothing. For a moment, all I could do was stand there and stare. They were so out of place they almost looked fake, like someone had pressed a stencil against my house and spray painted over it. "How tall are you, sir?" Clark asked quietly. I answered automatically. 5'9", on a good day. He nodded toward the wall. "You want to stand under those?" I did, because apparently I am the type of person who will do exactly what someone suggests, even while my brain is screaming not to. Up close, the prints were worse. The texture of the siding was visible through them, each horizontal groove catching just enough of the muck to make the lines distinct. It wasn't clean paint. It had clumps to it. Tiny bits of grit and something that looked like grit. Dirt. Actual soil. I stepped under them and turned, flattening my back against the wall. Clark raised his flashlight, using me as a measuring stick. The base of the palms was several inches above the top of my head. Not fingertips, not the end of a reach. The center of the hands. Whoever had put their weight against the wall like that had done it from a height I'd need a step stool to reach, or a ladder, or they didn't need help. Could be old, Hayes said, breaking the quiet. His voice was thoughtful, non-committal. Hard to say in this light. Might be from before you moved in. I shook my head immediately. No way. I come out here all the time to smoke. Right under this window. I lean on the wall when the wind's not this bad. I would have noticed this. You sure? Clark asked, still looking at the prints, not at me. Folks miss things on their own houses more than you'd think, especially up high. You usually looking up when you're out here? It was a fair question. I pictured myself on clear nights, standing just off the porch, cigarette in hand, watching my own breath curl in the porch light. Most of the time, my eyes had been on the tree line, or the sky, or my phone. But there was something about these prints that made the idea of them being old feel like a bad joke. The mud, if that's what it was, looked fresh, not like something that had been baked in the summer sun and then weathered by months of snow and rain. It was dark and damp, edges still a little glossy in the beam, like it hadn't fully dried. And the smears, those bothered me the most. They were gravity's handwriting. The way the lines trailed downward, thinning out, said the stuff had still been wet when the hands slid. How would mud even get up there? I asked, more harshly than I meant to. Everything's frozen. There's nothing but snow and ice. Where are they getting mud? Ditches don't freeze even when everything else does, Hayes said. Some of them, if he came out of a ditch somewhere and put his hands on the house, could carry up a good amount. Or it could be from last thaw. Hard to know without lab work, and we're not CSI here. He said it with a little half smile, trying to normalize the moment, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Clark pulled a glove tighter over his hand and reached up, touching one of the prints very lightly with a fingertip. I winced, stupidly protective of evidence that didn't legally exist yet. The muck smeared under the contact, leaving a slight smear on his glove. Still pliable, he said. Not frozen, not flaking. If it's old, it hasn't seen a lot of sun. My stomach did a slow, unpleasant flip. The overhang above the window, I realized, would shield this section of wall from most of the elements. No direct rain, no sunlight in winter. Anything put there would linger longer than it should. How long have you been in this place? Hayes asked me. About a year, I said. I would have seen it. He sighed just a little. I'm not saying you wouldn't. I'm saying I can't write mysterious disappearing man leaves magic handprints in a report. What I can write is, homeowner reports prowler. Deputies observed possible handprints on exterior wall below bedroom window, unable to determine age. The phrasing made me feel small and irrational. Prowler was a word you used for a kid cutting across lawns, or a drunk neighbor at the wrong door, not for someone who seemed to slip between cameras and physics. I stepped out from under the prints and stared up at them from a safer distance. The arrangement of the hands suggested someone facing the house, leaning in. Both palms flat, fingers spread for balance. It was the posture of someone peering through a window. I'd been sleeping right there. I said quietly, nodding toward the dark rectangle of glass above us. My bed's against that wall, headboard under that window. If those have been here longer than tonight, that means... I didn't finish the sentence. I didn't have to. Hayes's jaw tightened. Clark's flashlight dipped for a second, then came back up. "Look," Hayes said. "We're going to note it. We'll have a unit swing by more often for the next few nights. We'll check with State Patrol about any vehicles reported stuck or abandoned out here. If anyone fits the description, we'll follow up. In the meantime, keep your doors locked. Maybe get some additional lighting up. Motion floods help." None of that addressed the question we were all politely stepping over. Whether this was the first time those hands had been on my wall. Had he braced himself there tonight and left his mark by accident, panicking, shoving his shoulder against my siding for leverage while he craned his neck to see which room was mine? Or had he done it before? Quiet nights when the storm had been only in my head, when I'd written off weird knocks and phantom motions as house noises. Had he been out here then, watching, hands resting on the vinyl, 5 fingers spread, waiting? "How many nights?" I heard myself ask. "Do you think he's done this before? Do guys like this? Do they practice?" Hayes didn't answer, not directly. "You did the right thing not letting him in," he said instead. "Whatever his deal is, he's not your responsibility to fix. That's ours. We'll keep an eye on the area." It was the closest thing to comfort he could offer without lying. Eventually, practicalities won. It was too cold to stand there and stare at the wall forever. They took a few more photos, angling the flash so the prints showed up clearly. Clark wiped his glove off on the snow, leaving a faint smudge that the storm would take care of. We walked back to the front together. The SUV's engine rumbled steadily, the hood dusted in a fresh layer of powder since they'd arrived. The light bar still threw color across the white world. Blue, red, but it felt weaker now, like it realized it wasn't winning. At the door, Hayes handed me a card with a case number scrawled on the back. "If you remember anything else, you call," he said. "If he comes back, you call. If you hear so much as a tap on the glass, you call." "I will," I said. It sounded thin even to me. Clark hesitated for a second, then added, "Might be a good idea to move your bed, away from that window." He looked like he wanted to say more, then thought better of it. "Just for your own peace of mind." They stepped off the porch. The snow grabbed at their boots. The doors of the SUV closed with that heavy, sealed thunk that made the inside of a car feel like another planet. The engine revved, wheels crunching over their own tire tracks as they backed down the driveway and turned toward the road. The siren didn't come back on. They left with just the flashers, 2 fading pulses of color swallowed by the white. In a few minutes, even those were gone, and the world outside my window went back to looking like blank static. The house fell quiet again, the way it had been before I called 911, except it wasn't the same. Every ordinary sound I knew so well came back, but now each one felt like an impersonation of itself. The furnace kicked on with a hollow whoomp and a low hum. The refrigerator motor clicked over with its usual faint buzz. Somewhere in the walls, a pipe ticked as it adjusted to the shifting temperature. The wind pressed against the siding, testing the same spot over and over, right where those hands had been. I went back to the bedroom, drawn to the window like a tongue to a sore tooth. Inside, the blinds were still closed. I stood in the middle of the room and looked at the blank white slats, trying to map the prints on the other side onto the space in here. If I reached up and laid both my palms against the wall above the headboard, I could almost match the pose. Almost. My fingers didn't line up with where I imagined his had been. I was too low. I dropped my arms and felt the tremor in my muscles. The bed looked suddenly small and exposed against that wall. The space under the window felt like an absence, a missing piece where safety should have been. The sheriffs were gone. Their logic and their notebooks and their measured voices had driven away into the dark. Out here, I was back to just me, the wind, and the knowledge that someone had stood with their hands braced on the exterior of my bedroom wall, body angled in, close enough to see the shape of my head on the pillow if they'd been there on the right night. I did not lie down. I sat on the edge of the bed for a while, then paced, then sat again. Every time the furnace cycled off, the silence thickened, and I'd find myself holding my breath, waiting for some new sound to slip into the gap. The scrape of fingers on glass, the rattle of a doorknob, the distant crunch of footsteps in snow. None of those came. Instead, I got the house itself, expanding, contracting, whispering through vents, nudging my attention in a dozen little ways. I did not sleep that night. I just listened to the house breathe and tried to convince myself I was still alone. 5.1. Trying to go back to normal. The morning after the storm, the world pretended nothing had happened. I woke up without remembering actually falling asleep. At some point, exhaustion must have grabbed me by the back of the neck and dragged me down for a few hours. Because when I opened my eyes, the room was bright in that specific winter way. No direct sunlight, just reflected light bouncing off everything. For a second, I forgot. The night before was a jumble of bad images with soft edges. The man at the door, the deputy's flashlights, those handprints on the wall. A dream I could choose not to believe. Then I saw the clock on my nightstand. 9:06 a.m., later than I ever sleep on a weekday. The furnace hummed steadily. My phone buzzed with some unseen notification. Outside, through the blinds, there was a glow so strong it made the edges of the slats look like they'd been outlined in white. I got up and lifted one of the blinds with 2 fingers. The yard had turned into a blank page. The storm had dumped what looked like a solid white sheet over everything. Drive, yard, field beyond. Then a clear blue sky had the nerve to show up like it had been innocent the whole time. The snow was piled high along the sides of the driveway where the plow had come through overnight, crusted in sharp ridges that sparkled in the sun. The flat parts were so bright I had to squint. It was like staring into a light box. For a moment, standing there in my t-shirt and sweatpants, the scene looked almost peaceful. Clean. The kind of winter morning they put in Christmas commercials, minus the kids and golden retriever. Then my eyes drifted automatically to the section of wall below my window where I knew the handprints were. From inside, I couldn't see them. Just plain white vinyl and the pale underside of the eave. But my brain colored the space in for me anyway. 2 dark palms, 5 fingers each, streaked downward. Even in my head, it made my skin crawl. I pulled the blinds all the way up, as if more light would help. The rational part of me, the part that had spent most of its adult life troubleshooting other people's problems, told me to document everything. Take pictures, timestamp them, forward them to the sheriff, to my insurance, to my brother, to anyone who might someday ask, "Are you sure this really happened?" So I grabbed my phone, pulled on a hoodie and boots, and went outside. The cold hit harder in the daylight. At night, it had been a presence, something you sensed more than saw. Now it was just an undeniable physical fact that bit into my nose and knuckles as I stepped off the porch. The snow squeaked under my boots with each step, that high, dry sound you only get when the air's in the single digits. I made my way around the side of the house, following roughly the same route we'd taken with the deputies a few hours before. Their footprints were already softened, edges blurred by drifting snow and whatever had fallen since. In another day, they'd be gone entirely. The handprints were not. Even in full daylight, they looked wrong. The gray-brown stood out sharply against the vinyl, more so now that the snow around them sparkled so cleanly. The streaks down from the fingers had dried overnight, leaving brittle lines that caught the light differently, like old blood on a painted wall. I took 3 photos, one close-up, where you could see the faint ridges of the fingers, one with my hand held up nearby for scale, careful not to touch the wall, one at a distance with the bedroom window in the frame above them. My thumb hovered over the share icon for a long time. Who was I going to send these to? The sheriff who had already decided the prints could be old? My brother, who answered everything weird I texted him with a meme? A friend from work whose idea of comfort was, LOL, that's creepy, dude? I thought briefly about posting them to social media, slapping a caption on like, guess I have a stalker, LOL. Turn it into a bit. Make it less real. But the idea of people scrolling past my house, my wall, my bedroom window, in between puppy videos and political rants, made me feel exposed in a way I didn't like. In the end, I did nothing. I backed out of the camera app, shoved the phone in my pocket, and told myself that if the deputies wanted visuals, they knew where to find me. The rest of the day tried very hard to be normal. I shoveled the driveway first, because that's what you do after a blizzard if you live alone and don't want to be trapped. The shovel's metal edge scraped across the concrete in short, repetitive bursts, the sound echoing off the garage door. I worked my way from the porch to the road in slow passes, the snow heavy enough that each load made my shoulders burn. Every so often, a county plow trundled past on 17, both lanes already mostly clear, spraying slush and salt into a gray mist behind it. The driver lifted a hand off the wheel in a half wave each time he saw me. I lifted mine back, the small ritual making me feel like part of a community I'd spent a year avoiding. By the time my driveway was mostly passable, my back ached and my fingers were numb inside my gloves. My breath hung in the air in thick clouds as I leaned on the shovel handle and watched the sun glint off the unbroken snow in the field across the road. It was hard to reconcile that brightness with the night before. My phone buzzed in my pocket again. A Slack notification, then another. Work. Inside, the house felt weirdly smaller after having all that open white around me. I kicked off my boots, left them melting snow onto the mat, and went to my desk. 2 monitors, cheap swivel chair, the familiar glow of a corporate VPN splash screen. The mundane clicked into place around me. JIRA tickets in my queue. HR emails about open enrollment deadlines. A ping from my manager asking if I'd gotten the updated password policy. I fell back into it because I had to. Because bills still existed, and remote work doesn't care if you didn't sleep. Because ticket number 34,512 about someone's printer not showing up on the network didn't seem willing to wait until my life made sense. I muted Slack more than once without meaning to, fingers hitting the shortcut while I stared out the window above my monitors. Even during the day, I found myself checking the porch, scanning for movement. The light above the front steps was off now, but in my head, it was still casting that sickly yellow cone onto the snow while a man in a green parka stood just outside the frame. At lunch, I called my brother, He answered on the second ring. Yo, survived the snowpocalypse? Yeah, I said. Hey, something weird happened last night. I walked him through the story, or at least the version I thought he might accept. The crash, the guy at the door, the feeling that something was off. I mentioned the sheriffs, the footprints around the house, but I left out the part about the voicemail timestamp and the lack of visible breath. I heard how it would sound the second it hit the air. He listened, making the occasional sound that could have been concern or just him checking fantasy football stats while I talked. When I finished, there was a pause. You watch too much YouTube, man, he said finally. You know that, right? I'm serious, I said. This wasn't like a creepypasta. It happened. I'm not saying it didn't, he replied. I'm saying you've been alone out there too long, feeding your brain a steady diet of top 10 scariest things caught on camera. Storm hits, you get jumpy, some dude maybe shows up at the wrong house. It lines up. What about the handprints? I asked. Those weren't there before. Send the cops the pics, buy another camera, call it a day, he said. If he comes back, get a license plate, then we've got something real. Until then, you want my honest advice? Log off the horror channels for a week. Easy for him to say. He lived in St. Paul, in a duplex where weird noises meant neighbors and not voids. In the afternoon, on a video call with my team, I mentioned the blizzard guy in the casual way you bring up weather. One of the Denver devs laughed. Man, that's like the plot of half the stuff my girlfriend watches, he said. Mysterious stranger at the door in the snow. File a report. Get more cameras. Enjoy the engagement bump if you upload it. The others chimed in with variations on the same theme. Ring doorbell clips, Reddit threads, viral TikToks of strange men lurking outside. The whole thing got flattened into content right in front of me. After the call, sitting in the glow of my monitors with my reflection faint in the glass, I started to wonder if they were right. It's not easy to trust your own memory when everyone around you is treating it like a story pitch. Had the man really not had visible breath? Or had the wind and panic just made it hard to see? Had the cameras really glitched? Or had the lag been normal and my brain filled in the rest? Had the voicemail timestamp actually said 10:39? Or had I misread it in the adrenaline dump? It was tempting to rewrite the night into something less jagged, to take certain details and round them off, but every time I walked past the bedroom doorway, my eyes drifted inevitably toward the wall where I knew those handprints were. I didn't have to pull the blinds up to see them anymore. They lived on the inside of my skull now, palms pressed against the thin barrier between me and outside. By the third evening after the storm, the weather reports had moved on to other things. A cold snap here, some lake effect snow there. County 17 was just another road again. The deputies hadn't called back. No one from the sheriff's office had asked for my photos. Life tried to lay itself back down in its old grooves. That night, sometime after midnight, I was still at my desk. A ticket had come in late from a user on the West Coast. Something about not being able to access a shared drive. I was halfway through typing a reply when my brain did that odd, floaty thing it does when you're too tired. Words on the screen stopped looking like language and more like random patterns. The cursor blinked in rhythm with my heartbeat. I glanced at the taskbar. 2:14 a.m. I told myself I'd finish the reply and then go to bed. 10-15 more minutes. Enough time to push the memory of handprints and strangers and weird sounds into the background. My phone, face down next to the keyboard, buzzed against the desk. The vibration startled me more than it should have. I flipped it over, expecting Slack, or maybe an automated "your bill is ready" email. The lock screen lit up with a familiar blue banner. Ring. Missed ring. Someone at your door. Time. 2:17 a.m. The same time Linda and her husband had said they'd heard my doorbell chime weeks before. The same hour that kept slipping back into my nights like a skipped groove on a record. The house was quiet around me. No knocks, no pounding, no voices. Just that notification, sitting on my screen like a question. If someone was at your door again, would you even know which part of the story you're in now? The real one? Or the one the cameras decided to show you? 5.2. Watching myself from the outside. For a long second, I just stared at the notification on my lock screen like it was a typo. Missed ring, someone at your door. 2:17 a.m., the house was silent. No knock, no footsteps, no voice calling through wood. The only sound was the faint hum of my tower fan and the low hiss of the furnace pushing warm air through the vents. I tapped the notification. The Ring app opened to the familiar black interface, the little blue icon spinning for a moment as it fetched the clip from whatever server it lived on. Then the video popped up. The timestamp at the top read exactly what the notification had said. Today, 2:17 a.m. duration, 0020. Thumbnail preview. My front porch. Same angle as always. The yellow cone from the porch light, the top step, the rail. In the frozen frame, it was empty. I hit play. The video started with the usual half-second of digital stutter, the pixels briefly trying to remember where they lived before snapping into place. Snow was still falling, but it wasn't a blizzard anymore. Just a slow, lazy drift of flakes spiraling in the light. The porch boards were clear where I'd shoveled. The snow built up in soft piles at the edges. There was no one there. Just a static shot of my own empty doorstep, the kind of footage people fast forward through on security shows because nothing is happening. For 4 seconds, that was all it was. Snow, siding, the faint hum of the camera's electronics. Then, at second 5, the doorbell rang. The sound didn't come from the video like a normal recording. It came from inside my house in the clip, the digital chime I'd picked from the app months ago, echoing through my entryway and down the hall. I heard it the way anyone standing on my porch would have heard it if they'd been there. Ding, 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 3 notes, cheerful and soft, muffled slightly by the door. I watched my own porch while my own doorbell rang in the footage, announcing a visitor that wasn't on screen. In the clip, the chime was faint, but unmistakable. Layered under it was something else. The ghost of my living room. I could hear my TV's menu music, barely there, and what might have been the creak of my couch when I shifted. But no part of me appeared in the frame. The camera angle pointed outward only. Whatever was happening inside the house in that 20-second slice of time was invisible, except for the sounds that had leaked outward. I watched the whole thing twice. 20 seconds of an empty porch, while my doorbell rang in a recording of a moment I could almost remember living from the inside. I scrubbed back and forth on the tiny timeline with my thumb, watching the snow move in jerks. No figure, no approaching shadow, nothing leaning in toward the camera. Just white noise and the memory of a sound. Back out of habit, the app showed me the list of recent events. The storm night, a few motion alerts from passing plows, the usual false positives where snow triggered the sensor. All lined up with little thumbnails, all tagged with type and time. That was when I noticed the label. Next to every clip, in small gray letters under the timestamp, video only, audio disabled. I blinked and checked again. The option had been my own choice once. Months earlier, I'd turned off audio recording because it creeped me out hearing my own voice come back through the app when I tested the mic. It felt invasive somehow, like I was bugging myself. I hadn't turned it back on since. I was sure of that. I couldn't remember even opening that sub-menu again. I tapped the latest clip, the 2:17 a.m. one, and expanded the details. Event type, ring. Recording, video only. Audio disabled. I turned the volume on my phone up all the way and played the clip again. At second 5, the doorbell chimed, clear as before. The TV menu music breathed faintly in the background. Something creaked. Toward the end of the clip, there was a soft rustle, like fabric moving against upholstery. The app insisted it wasn't recording audio, and yet here I was listening to my house from the outside. A cold, sour feeling crawled up from the pit of my stomach into my chest. On impulse, I scrolled back to the clips from the blizzard night. There were a lot of them. Motion alerts from blowing snow. The live view attempt right before the man knocked. The county code for the sheriff's visit stamped on one of the later events. Each one had the same little disclaimer beneath it. Video only. Audio disabled. I picked the one from just before he'd first knocked for real. The clip time-stamped a couple minutes after 10:40 p.m. The one that had dropped my connection midstream the first time. The thumbnail was almost pure white static. I hit play and dragged the scrubber back to the beginning. The porch came into view, blurred by driving snow. For a moment, nothing but white streaks and the faint outline of the steps. Then, the 3 knocks came through the speaker. Bam! 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 I jumped, even though I'd been bracing for them. They sounded identical to how they had that night. Same force, same echo in the hallway just inside. The app, helpful as ever, still insisted there was no audio. I paused on the frame where I thought I'd seen him the first time. The tiny preview window was a mess of pixel noise, the compression trying to make sense of snow, light, and motion. I pinched to zoom, dragging the image wider with 2 fingers. For a split second, there was something there. Not a full face, not even a clear outline, just a smudge in the right-hand side of the frame, about where someone's head would be if they were standing just outside the camera's field of view, leaning in. A darker cluster of pixels against the white, with a lighter band where a forehead might catch the porch light. Every time I tried to pause exactly on that frame, the image broke. The pixels shattered into sharp blocks, white and gray shards that erased whatever hint of a human shape I'd glimpsed. The smear became nothing more than artifacting, a problem of bandwidth and algorithm. I tried half a dozen times. Scrub back, scrub forward, thumb hovering, trying to land on the exact microsecond where the suggestion of him appeared. Each time, the pause scrambled the image, like the act of trying to see him was what made him disappear. I sat there in the dark living room, lit only by the phone's glow and the flicker from my monitor in the other room, and felt something shift. Glitches happen. Cameras lag. Videos corrupt and upload. I knew all of that. I'd explained it to countless angry callers who couldn't understand why their footage looked like it had been shot underwater. But this wasn't supposed to be one of those calls. I was the guy who knew those answers. I was the one who soothed people with talk of bandwidth and compression. I wasn't supposed to be the one looking at his own front door and thinking, maybe the problem isn't in the code. I backed out of the blizzard clip and reopened the one from 2:17. Empty porch. Slow snow. 20 seconds. I turned the volume up as far as it would go and held the phone closer, listening not just for the chime this time, but for anything else. The doorbell rang at second 5. I could hear more clearly now the echo of it inside, the slight hollow reverb of my entryway, the way it bounced off the tile and drywall. Underneath, there was something else. A murmur. At first I thought it was my own breathing, picked up from somewhere, but the more I listened, the more it resolved into actual speech. Faint, buried under wind noise and the mic's hiss, but there. Call 911. You can wait. Your car. It was my voice, not live. A recording of me saying words I remembered saying that night, with my mouth a few inches from the crack in the door. I'll call 911 for you. You can wait in your car. The clip ended. The porch went still again on my screen. I replayed the audio in my head, alongside the faint whisper on the recording. It matched, almost perfectly, but slurred. Like someone had copied my sentence, stretched it out, and then pushed it back into my house through a tin can. It felt suddenly like the sound from that night had gotten stuck somewhere it wasn't supposed to. Trapped in a server, in a queue, in a buffer, waiting. And now it had started leaking back into my present at arbitrary times, like an audio haunt. I checked the settings again, digging deep into the menus this time. Audio recording was still toggled off. The app cheerfully informed me that, for privacy reasons, no sound was being captured with my video. It was wrong. I don't know how long I sat there, flipping between clips, scrubbing, pausing, listening for my own words thrown back at me from different angles. Long enough for my eyes to burn from the small screen. Long enough for the clock to creep toward 3. Eventually, my thumb slipped on the scrubber at the end of the 2:17 clip. Instead of stopping at 19 seconds, it jumped to the very last frame. For the briefest moment, a different image flashed up before the interface overlaid it. Not empty porch. On the far left edge of the screen, half cut off by the frame, was a shape. A shoulder mostly, the curve of an arm, the hint of a hood, darker than the night around it, close enough to the camera that the pixels struggled to define it. It was only there for a fraction of a second before the app slapped the replay icon over the screen. My heart did an ugly little stutter. I scrubbed back again, trying to land perfectly on the very end. There he was, or half of him anyway. Just at the edge of the field of view, barely inside the porch roof's shadow, stood someone. Same heavy outerwear shape as before. A parka, hood up. No face visible, no eyes. Just the outline of a body angled toward my door, caught in the last blink of the clip, like he'd been there the whole time, waiting for the recording to stop. It wasn't snowing hard anymore in that frame. You could see the individual flakes drifting past, smaller and sparser than the night of the blizzard. The wooden boards of the porch were bare. I'd swept them earlier that evening, and on his shoulders, on the curve of his hood, there was nothing. No snow, no wet, no frost, just matte, dark fabric. He might as well have been standing in a studio. A dull, empty feeling settled in my chest as I stared at that half-caught figure. The storm had passed. The roads were plowed. The county had moved on. Life was supposed to have moved on with it. And yet here he was, on my screen at 2:17 a.m., as if the weather had never mattered. As if he could come to my door and stand in the cone of my porch light whenever he wanted, without the world leaving so much as a dusting on him. The clip looped back to the beginning. Empty porch again. Falling snow. The invalid-friendly lie at the bottom of the screen. Video only. Audio disabled. I realized, with a kind of distant clarity, that the sheriffs might never see this. The logs would show a normal alert. The system would report no audio. The glitchy frame might not reproduce on their machines. But I'd seen it. I'd heard myself, trapped in the feed. I'd watched my own house from the outside and caught something that didn't belong to any set of rules I understood. The blizzard had an end date on the weather report. whatever this was, it didn't. 5.3. The voice that shouldn't be recorded. At some point, the line between being cautious and being obsessed gets blurry. I crossed it the night I put on headphones. Up until then, I'd been listening to the clips through my phone's tiny speakers, letting the sounds bleed into the room. The doorbell chime, my own voice ghosting under the wind, the faint murmurs that shouldn't have been there. It was unnerving, sure, but there was always the excuse of bad speakers, room echo, my own imagination filling in blanks. Headphones remove excuses. I dug an old pair out of a drawer, over-ear ones I'd used for gaming years ago, and plugged them into the phone with an adapter that made me feel older than I am. The cushions were cracked, the headband too tight, but once I put them on, my world shrank to a padded tunnel. The furnace hum became a far-off memory. The house for once sounded like nothing, just me and whatever was in the recordings. First stop, settings. Not the casual glance I'd done before, but a paranoid, line-by-line audit. I opened the Ring app, went into device settings, tapped through every submenu like I was defusing a bomb. Motion settings, chime tones, Wi-Fi signal strength, firmware version. There it was, under audio and video. Audio recording off. Enhance your security by recording audio with your videos, the app suggested cheerfully. Toggle on to capture sound. The toggle was gray, had been gray according to the tiny last changed note, for weeks before the storm. I screenshotted that because apparently that's who I was now, someone who screenshotted his own paranoia. By the app's own rules, every clip in my event history should have been silent. The knocks, the doorbell chime, the wind, my voice, his voice, none of it was supposed to exist as data. I backed out to the event list and tapped on the Blizzard night clip again. 10:43 p.m. Motion, front door. Video only, audio disabled. The app kept insisting. Headphones on, volume up, I hit play. The storm was louder in the headphones than it had ever been in the room. What had been a faint hiss through the phone speaker became a full, throaty roar, a constant rush of white noise like standing next to a waterfall. Underneath, the mic's own static fizzled softly, the sound of circuitry trying its best. Then the knocks. Bam! 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 Each hit rattled around inside my skull. It felt like my eardrums flinched. I scrubbed back, replayed them, counted the milliseconds of silence between each one. They were too clean, too distinct in a recording that supposedly lacked audio. No distortion, no clipping. Just 3 heavy impacts inside my own hallway from the perspective of the porch. I jumped ahead to the 2:17 clip. The empty porch came into view, snow drifting like ash. I closed my eyes, blocking out the video, and listened. The doorbell chime arrived at second 5, bright and glassy in my ears. Not a generic doorbell sound, my specific digital chime, 3 notes in a pattern I'd picked on a bored afternoon. The reverb was exactly right, too. I could hear the way it bounced down my hall, hit the living room, then died out. After it faded, there was wind, the softer kind, the post-storm breeze, rubbing against the mic's gain like a thumb. And then, tucked just at the tail end of the clip, was the voice. Call 911. You can wait. Your car. Without the room reverb, without distractions, I could hear it clearly. The phrase was broken into fragments by distance and noise, but the cadence was mine. Same rhythm, same Midwestern flattening of vowels, the little drop on car at the end. I remembered saying it with my mouth half an inch from the crack in the door on the night of the blizzard, teeth chattering, a stranger's breath too close. "I'll call 911 for you. You can wait in your car." In the recording, the voice didn't sound like someone speaking live from inside the house. It sounded like a clip being played back. There was a weird thinness to it, like it had been compressed, saved, and then re-injected into the audio, which, according to the app, didn't exist. I sat there for a long time, hunched over my desk with the headphones on, playing that line over and over. Part of me hoped that if I listened enough times, I'd hear some difference that would let me say, "That's not me. That's someone else who just sounds like me." I didn't. The more I listened, the more I was sure that if I ever heard my own voice on a recording again, I'd recognize it instantly. Because now I knew what it sounded like when it came from the wrong direction. Something twisted in my chest that had nothing to do with ghosts and everything to do with betrayal. The door, the walls, the locks. I'd always known those were imperfect. The house was an old system. It breathed and cracked and failed in obvious ways. But the camera, the app, the whole Ring setup, that was supposed to be the layer that made up for it. The set of extra eyes and ears that let me defend myself from the outside in. Instead, it felt like something was reaching through that system from the other side, using it as a speaker. Like someone had found a way to hijack the pipeline between my house and wherever those videos lived and push my own words back at me from somewhere else. It wasn't just the physical feeling of being watched anymore. It was the tech, this thing I thought I controlled, acting like its loyalties had shifted without telling me. I backed out of the clips and went to the device menu again. My thumb hovered over the toggle for audio recording for a moment, then moved instead to remove device. The app, polite to the end, asked if I was sure I wanted to unlink my doorbell camera from my account. It warned me I'd lose access to my recorded videos. It suggested I could just turn off notifications if things were too noisy. I hit yes. The little front door icon grayed out. The event list blinked and emptied. For the back camera, I didn't even hesitate. Remove, confirm, gone. It was like cutting out a tumor with a pocket knife. Messy, imprecise, and probably not addressing the root problem at all. The holes in the wall where the devices had been mounted weren't going anywhere. Neither were the servers that had my old footage. I just severed my own access to them. The feeling of being watched didn't evaporate. If anything, it got worse. At least when the cameras were on, I could pretend I was the one in control of where the data went. Now there was just absence, and the knowledge that I'd invited this system into my house and let it listen to me for months. For the next day or two, I tried hard to pretend everything was fine. I answered tickets. I shoveled the bit of driveway the plow had filled back in. I nodded at the mailman and signed for a package. I didn't bring up the Blizzard story in any more calls. When my brother texted me a link to some true crime podcast, I left it on read. I kept catching myself glancing up at the spot on the wall where the doorbell had been. The small circle of cleaner paint around the empty screw holes looked like an eye socket. On the third night after I killed the cameras, my co-worker Emily sent me a link on Teams. "This your guy?" she wrote. Above it, a pasted URL, a Facebook post. I recognized the group name immediately, Brainerd Area Residents. I joined it months ago to check for plow updates and garage sale listings, then muted it when the political arguments started. I clicked the link. The post was from someone I didn't know, a profile photo of a woman in a winter hat standing in front of a lake. The text above the video read, "Anyone else have this creep show up during the storm?" This was from the blizzard the other night on Oak Ridge Drive. Sheriff said he couldn't find him after. Weirdest part is the voice. Nobody in my house said this, and we don't recognize it. The video auto-played, muted at first. I tapped for sound. Angle, front porch. Different from mine, but familiar in its sameness. Same kind of vinyl siding, same cheap porch light, same fisheye distortion. Snow was whipping past in diagonal lines, heavier than the 217 clip I'd been obsessing over, more like the height of the blizzard. In the frame, centered and perfectly visible, stood a man in a dark parka, hood up, shoulders relaxed against the storm. He was closer to their camera than he'd ever been to mine. You couldn't see his face clearly, but his posture was unmistakable. Hands at his sides, head tilted just enough to suggest he was looking at the door, not the lens. He never moved. For 15 seconds, he stood there while the storm shoved snow past him. The audio came in under the wind, muffled at first, then rising. "I'll call 911. You can wait by your car." Not shouted through a door, not projected into the street, just spoken, conversationally, from somewhere inside the house. I knew the sentence before the recording finished it. I knew the exact timing of the breath between 911 and "you can wait." I knew the drop on car, because it was my voice. I listened to it 3 times, headphones on, hoping maybe the storm noise was distorting it into something like me. But no. Under the compression, under the low bit rate, it was still mine. Same cadence, same slight rasp on the second syllable of "waiting" that I'd heard my whole life on voicemails and old gaming clips. Their porch, their storm, their camera, my voice. The woman's caption echoed at the bottom of the screen. "Nobody in my house said this. We don't recognize the voice." A few commenters had theories: hacked system, prank audio overlay, ring bug. One guy joked that it sounded like the TTS voice from some app. Somebody else told them to lawyer up if Ring didn't respond. I sat there in my dark living room with my headphones on, feeling very far away from all of them. Listening to myself promise 911 help to a stranger on someone else's porch in a part of town I'd never driven through. I hadn't stepped foot on their porch in my life, but somehow my voice had. 6.1. Digging into stories that sound too familiar. There is a point where you stop waiting for someone else to tell you what happened and start trying to build the answer yourself out of whatever scraps you can find. For me, that point was the moment I heard my own voice talking on someone else's porch. After the Brainerd area residence post, I closed my laptop and just sat there in the dark for a while. Headphones still around my neck, the faint pressure of the cushions on my ears making everything feel muffled. Outside, the wind had calmed down to a low, steady push against the siding. The furnace hummed along like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. On my phone, the Facebook video was still paused on the image of the man in the parka. Hood up, shoulders squared. My sentence hanging in the air above the comments. "I'll call 911. You can wait by your car." I knew 2 things with absolute certainty. I had never been to that house. That was my voice. Once you hit that kind of contradiction, the normal mental shortcuts stop working. It was just a misunderstanding. You're overreacting, storm stress. Those lines had less and less to hang on to. So I did the thing I always do when I feel like I'm losing control. I started researching. I went back into the group first. I clicked on the name at the top, Brainerd area residence, and hit the little search icon. The interface was older than whatever the designers were pushing now. Gray and clunky, text overlapping in places. The search bar sat there like a challenge. I started simple. Blizzard, storm, man at door. Results popped up, some recent, most not. People posting pictures of their yards buried in snow, complaints about plows hitting mailboxes, heads-up reminders about keeping vents clear. Mixed in with all the noise, other things surfaced. A post from 3 winters ago. Anyone else get some stranger pounding on the door around midnight last night? Said his car was stuck up the road but couldn't say where. Wouldn't back up so I could even open the door with the chain on. Sheriff said they didn't find anyone. Super creeped out. 37 comments. Half telling them they did the right thing not letting him in. A few accusing them of lacking compassion. One guy saying it was probably just a drunk who walked home. I kept scrolling. Another post, older, buried under a pile of summer fair announcements and high school sports scores. This might sound crazy, but does anyone remember a story about a guy freezing out near 17 because nobody would open up for him during a blizzard? My grandma mentioned it, and now I can't stop thinking about every knock at my door. Someone had replied with a date and a newspaper name. Look up dispatch archives, late 90s, delivery driver. It was a thing. Further back, 5 years, maybe more, someone else had written, weird question. You ever get a knock at the back door and nobody is there and your camera doesn't show anything? Happened twice during storms now. Front camera nothing, back door no footage. I'm starting to think my house is haunted, or my ring hates me. No one took that one seriously. The comments were mostly jokes about raccoons and kids ding-dong ditching in snow pants. By the time my eyes started to blur from staring at the screen, I had a small collection of posts that sounded too familiar to be coincidence. Blizzard nights, random knocks, stories about stuck cars that never turned into towed vehicles. In half of them, the sheriff had come and found nothing. In the rest, people had chalked it up to weather and nerves. I could have stopped there. Most people would have. They would have filed it under small-town stories and moved on. Instead, the next day, I went to the library. Brainerd's public library isn't much to look at from the outside. A squat brick building off a side street, flat roof, a parking lot it doesn't quite deserve. Inside, though, has that particular smell that every library in the Midwest seems to share. Old paper, carpet cleaner, and the faint hint of winter coats drying near the entrance. The fluorescent lights buzzed quietly overhead. A handful of people were scattered at tables. One guy with a laptop, 2 older women playing some kind of card game, a kid in a puffy jacket reading in the children's section like he'd fallen asleep and forgotten to take it off. The woman at the reference desk was the kind of older that makes you think teacher before anything else. Gray hair pulled back into a low bun, bifocals on a chain. She looked up when I approached, eyebrows raising in a silent question. I'm looking for old local newspaper articles, I said. Stuff about storms, accidents on County Road 17. Dispatch? She asked, already reaching for a small stack of laminated instruction sheets. Yeah, I said. Brainerd Dispatch. Maybe late 90s, early 2000s? Her mouth pulled into a sympathetic half-smile. Storm nights, she said. Always bring out the storytellers. Microfilm machine is in the back, near the genealogy section. Do you know how to use it? Not really, I admitted. She walked me back, showed me the basics. How to load a reel, how to wind, how to magnify and focus. The machine hummed when it turned on, a low mechanical sound that made me think of projectors in school gyms. The reels were in a metal cabinet sorted by year. I pulled a couple from winters that sounded about right, based on the comments I'd read. 96, 97, 98. It was slow work. The pages flicked by under the glass, Ads for hardware stores, obituaries, city council minutes. Occasionally, a headline about a football game or a funding dispute. I focused on days after storms, looking for the same language the weather guys used on TV now. Historic, life-threatening, whiteout conditions. About halfway through a reel from '97, a headline caught my eye. Delivery driver found frozen near County Road 17. The article was short, local, small type, buried below a larger story about school closures. The gist was simple. A 28-year-old driver for a regional bakery had apparently gotten his van stuck in a drift on a side road branching off 17 during a major storm. He'd left the vehicle, keys still in the ignition, door hanging open, and tried to walk. They found him the next day in a field, curled up near a fence line, half buried. Hypothermia. No signs of foul play. The part that stuck with me wasn't the cause of death. It was the quotes. A neighbor on that road told the paper she'd heard knocking during the storm around midnight. She'd gone to the front door but hadn't opened it, too afraid of the wind and the possibility of someone trying to force their way in. When the reporter asked what he'd said, if anything, she'd hesitated. He kept asking to be let in, she was quoted as saying. Kept saying his truck was stuck up the road. I asked where and he wouldn't say, just repeated himself. I told him I was calling the sheriff and he could wait by his truck, then he stopped knocking. I thought he'd gone back to the vehicle. She hadn't opened the door. The deputies found his van half a mile down, in the opposite direction from where he'd wandered. Someone, years later, had summarized that in the Facebook comments as died after nobody would open the door. I sat there in the humming glow of the microfilm machine and read that sentence again. I told him I was calling the sheriff and he could wait by his truck. The wording was off from mine by an inch. Sheriff instead of 911, truck instead of car. But the bones of it were the same. Offer help at a distance. Promise official intervention. Tell him to go back to his vehicle. Keep the door closed. The librarian must have seen something in my face when I brought the reels back. Find what you were looking for? She asked. I'm not sure yet, I said. Later, at home, I made coffee I didn't really want and sat at my desk with my notebook open. On one side, I wrote Predator at the top of the page. On the other, something else. Tried to list reasons under each. Predator. Someone using storms as cover, going door to door, looking for a house where the chain comes off. Someone who'd been doing it for years, maybe decades, perfecting the act. The vague story, the pushed door, the way he moved around the house instead of leaving. Something else. Handprints too high on the wall. Footprints that stopped without resuming. My voice captured in other people's recordings, bounced around through devices that swore they weren't recording sound. A decades-old story about a man freezing in a field after hearing those same lines through a closed door. It would have been easier to pick a column and stick with it. Monster or man. But every time I leaned too hard toward ordinary evil, the tech glitches tugged me back toward the paranormal. Every time I let myself lean into the idea of a ghost on the county roads, the very human possibility of a real person testing locks in every blizzard pulled me back the other way. The only thing I knew for sure was that whatever this was, it liked patterns. Storm. Knock. Story about a stuck vehicle. A promise from behind a locked door. I'll call someone. You wait outside. In the last paragraph of the old article, the homeowner from County Road 17 had tried to justify herself. I figured if he really needed help, the sheriff would come get him. I didn't want to risk opening the door in the middle of a whiteout. You never know who's out there. Neither did I. and now apparently neither did anyone else on these roads. I closed the notebook when I realized my hands were shaking. The wind picked up outside, brushing snow dust against the window in a soft hiss. Somewhere in the distance, a truck downshifted on 17, the sound low and hollow. For the first time, I had the sense that whatever was knocking out there on storm nights wasn't just looking for a warm place to stand. It was listening too. Listening for the same sentence, spoken over and over through different doors, and waiting to see who would say it next. 6.2. Guilt, what-ifs, and non-answers. Guilt does not arrive like a jump scare. It seeps in. It starts as a small, quiet what-if that you think you can ignore, and then it starts touching everything. After the library, after the microfilm article about the delivery driver they found curled up near a fence, I went home and tried to do something normal. I made dinner. Boxed mac and cheese again, because apparently that is what I eat when I do not trust myself with fire. I sat at my kitchen table, fork in hand, and stared out the back window while the noodles cooled into an orange clump. The article kept replaying in my head. The neighbor's quote, the one about telling him she was calling the sheriff and he could wait by his truck. The vague way he talked about where his vehicle was. The way she had decided, in the moment, that keeping her door closed was the safest choice. If she had opened it, would he have lived? The easy answer is yes. Warm house, phone handed directly to him, hot drink, blanket. But the storm that killed him is the same storm that convinced her it might not actually be a stranded driver at the door. All the other stories we carry, home invasions, cons, tricks, sit in the background of those moments, whispering, "You do not know who is on the other side." Now I had my own moment in that pile. If I had opened my door 2 more inches that night, if I had slid the chain off instead of slamming the bolt home, what would have happened? There is no version of that question that feels safe. Either I left someone outside who might have truly needed help, or I turned away something that never needed warmth in the first place. True horror is realizing that there is no correct answer, only different kinds of damage. The guilt settled in strange places. When the wind hit the front of the house just right, it made the siding thump, a low, hollow sound that I'd always tuned out. Now, every time it happened, my shoulders tightened. It sounded too much like a flattened knock. Somebody on the other side of the wall still trying. When the furnace kicked on at night, the rush of hot air through the vents had a weight to it I couldn't unhear. Instead of white noise, it felt like breath. Heavy, slow breaths of someone standing in the hallway, just out of sight, inhaling and exhaling with the rhythm of the thermostat. My house hadn't changed. The sounds were the same ones I'd cataloged so confidently when I first moved in. The only new thing in the system was me, and the way my brain was now mapping every noise to a person I hadn't let in. I tried talking about it again, this time with people whose lives weren't tied to mine by blood or a paycheck. Linda and her husband, the older couple in the farmhouse down the road, had invited me over for dinner a few times since I moved in. It was always something simple. Frozen pizza, lasagna from a box, beer in cans. But it felt like an anchor. They'd lived out here for decades. They knew which spots on the road flooded first, which plow drivers took corners too fast, which neighbors you could call at 2 a.m. without apology. 2 nights after the library, when the roads were mostly clear and the cold had snapped down hard, I walked the half-mile to their place. The snow squeaked under my boots. Their house glowed warm against the dark. Lights in every downstairs window, even though it was just the 2 of them. Inside, it smelled like tomato sauce and laundry detergent. Their TV was on mute in the corner, some local channel flickering quietly. We ate at their small table, the kind with a protective plastic cover over the tablecloth. Linda asked about work. Her husband, Dale, grumbled about property taxes. It all felt almost normal until I brought up the boulder sitting on my chest. "You remember that night?" I said finally, pushing a crust around my plate. "The big storm a couple weeks back. You said you heard my doorbell around 2 in the morning." Linda set her fork down. "Sure," she said. "I woke up to use the bathroom and heard it. Told him," she nodded at Dale, "and he said you probably had a package out there getting ruined." Dale snorted like he always did when she quoted him. "That, or your system was possessed," he said. "I said one of those things. Can't remember which." I told them the whole story then, not just the cleaned up version, but everything. The crash sound, the man at the door with no visible breath, the footprints around my house that just stopped, the high, muddy handprints under my window, the audio that shouldn't have existed, the other Ring video with my voice dropped into someone else's storm. By the time I finished, the pizza had gone cold. Linda's hands were folded tightly together on the table. Dale watched me with a look I recognized, the expression of someone who is trying very hard to decide whether the person in front of them is fragile or dangerous. "I know how it sounds," I said, because I did. "I wouldn't believe it either if it wasn't my porch." "We believe you heard and saw something," Linda said carefully. "Storm nights do strange things, and tech." She glanced toward their own front door, where they had a small, older security cam mounted, one that sent them still images to an email account they barely checked. Tech never did make me feel better, to be honest. Dale shifted in his chair. "We've seen him too," he said suddenly. Linda shot him a look. He shrugged like he was tired of pretending. "The man," he clarified. "Or a man. Standing at the end of your driveway one night last winter. Storm, not as bad as this last one, but bad enough. We were driving back from town. Headlights caught him just for a second. Parka, hood up, just standing there. Not on the road, not in the ditch. On the edge of your drive, like he was deciding if he should walk up. A chill ran down my arms, prickling my skin. What happened?" I asked. Did you stop?" He shook his head once, firmly. "No, your lights weren't on, and I am too old to play Good Samaritan roulette in a snowstorm. By the time I checked the mirror, he wasn't there anyway. Could have stepped into the trees. Could have been nothing." "If you thought it was nothing," Linda said quietly, "you wouldn't still be talking about it." He didn't argue. "And you never mentioned this," I said. "What were we going to say?" Linda asked. "Hey, new neighbor. Welcome to County 17. We maybe saw some ghost or some lunatic pacing around your property in the dark. Out here, people don't like making a big deal out of every strange thing. Small communities survive because we don't poke every bruise until it bleeds." She said it with a kind of rural resignation I'd already seen in 100 small ways. The way people downplayed car accidents. The way they referred to serious storms as a bit nasty. The way bad news traveled in a low murmur and then settled like silt. You do not talk too loudly about things you cannot fix. I opened my mouth to say I wished they had told me. Then I realized they had, in their own way, when they mentioned hearing my doorbell at 2 a.m. They had given me a piece. I just hadn't known where to fit it yet. We drifted into other topics. Dale's bad knee, Linda's sister in Duluth, the never-ending circus of the county board. But the room never fully relaxed again. In the background, their TV flickered with a local news segment. At first I ignored it. The sound was low, more a presence than anything else. Then a few words snagged my attention. 3 years missing, last seen driving home in a winter storm. I turned my head. On the screen, under the station logo and a banner that read, "Cold Case, still missing after 3 years," was a photo. A man in his 30s, maybe, dark hair, slight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The kind of DMV quality headshot they always use when they're asking the public for help. The anchor's voice floated through the room. Left a friend's house around 10 p.m., headed north on a route that would have taken him through Crow Wing County. His car was never found. The last ping from his phone hit a tower near several rural routes, including County Road 17. I felt my fork slowly lower to my plate. Linda realized what I was staring at and grabbed the remote, turning the volume up a notch. Police images cycled, a map with a shaded circle over an area that might as well have had my house at its center. A grainy photo of a snow-covered road. A B-roll shot of deputies combing a ditch in bright jackets. Then they cut back to the missing man's photo, this time full frame. The background was different now. He was outdoors, wearing a winter coat. The color on the TV wasn't perfect, but the parka looked dark, deep green or blue. The hood was down in the picture, so I could see his face clearly. It wasn't familiar, not the way a neighbor's would be, but the shape of the coat, the way it hung on his shoulders, the cut of it, that was familiar. My brain did a quick, unwilling overlay, hood up, head tilted, standing in a halo of porch light. Take away the smile, drain the color, replace the background with blowing snow. "You okay?" Linda asked softly. "The tower they mentioned," I said. My voice felt like it was coming from somewhere else. "Near County 17, that's here." "Could be miles," Dale said, practical as ever. "Those circles are always big. Could be a different road, different county road. We got a lot of them." The anchor wrapped up the segment with the usual plea for information. "If you know anything, call this number. No tip is too small." The kind of thing they say for the families, because they have to fill the time. I watched the man's face disappear in a fade to the station logo, and a commercial for car insurance crashed in with jarring brightness. Someone driving confidently through a cartoon snowstorm in a truck that looked better than mine. Guilt twisted again, sharper this time. Was this another entry in the pattern? Or was I just reaching for any story that lined up with mine? Was he out there on some other road, some other storm night, knocking on some other door while someone else listened and made the same calculations I had? Or was all of it, delivery drivers and missing men and grainy porch videos and my stolen voice, just different points on the same curve, looping back through the same stretch of county roads until someone finally opened a door and let whatever it was all the way in? I didn't have an answer. The news didn't offer one. Neither did Linda and Dale for all their years out here. We finished eating. We talked a little longer. When I finally pulled my boots on and stepped back out into the cold, the sky was clear. Stars pinpricked above the dark line of trees. My breath steamed in the air. At the edge of their yard, I looked down the stretch of County 17 toward my house. The road lay black between high walls of plowed snow. It looked innocent. It always looks innocent until you remember how many people have driven it and never made it all the way home. 6.3. The realization I keep circling back to. If you lay it all out on paper, it looks almost simple. Not less terrifying. Just simple. I did that one night. Sat at my kitchen table with a legal pad, a ballpoint pen, and a cup of coffee that went cold before I touched it. Outside, the sky had that heavy, low look. That means the weather is thinking about doing something bad again. The furnace cycled on and off. The refrigerator hummed. Ordinary sounds, doing their best to convince me this was just another Tuesday. On the page, I wrote down every piece I could remember, like building a case against someone I couldn't name. Blizzard. Every story started with that. Snow thick enough to erase the world beyond your windows. Wind hard enough to make the house feel like it was inside a tunnel. Visibility dropping to nothing. The kind of weather where the news anchors stop joking and tell you, plainly, to stay home and hope nothing breaks. The delivery driver in the 90s. The missing man on the cold case segment. The neighbor's Facebook posts about storm knocks. The woman on Oak Ridge with my voice in her ring clip. Me. Always a storm first. Thud or crash. Sometimes it was a sound on the road. Metal hitting a snowbank. The squeal of a tire losing contact with asphalt. Sometimes it was less literal. A car horn stuck on weakly. A faint boom that could be a branch or a bumper. In my case, it started with that ugly, dragging noise out on 17, like a vehicle being pulled sideways by a hand you can't see. Something to suggest trouble nearby. Something to justify a stranger at your door. The man who needs to come inside. He always has a story. Car stuck up the road. Phone dead. Been walking forever. Freezing. Just needs to warm up, use a phone, catch his breath. He never says exactly where his vehicle is. He never offers details that would make it easy to verify. People describe him differently in the posts and articles, but the bones are the same. Male, alone, bundled up, insistent, but not obviously armed. Plausible enough that you have to work to talk yourself out of opening the door, but off just enough that your instincts keep a hand on the chain. Knocking that does not always come with a visible body. Some folks talk about hearing pounding on a door while their camera shows nothing, or knocks on the back door when the front cam doesn't register any movement. In my case, the pattern got weirder. Knocks coming through my phone while my live view showed an empty porch, or vice versa. Sound and image refusing to sync, like two different realities trying to play on the same screen. Audio and videos that should not have audio. Clips labeled video only, audio disabled, playing back my doorbell chime. My voice. The man's knocks, other people's devices capturing phrases that belong to my throat, in houses I'd never set foot in. Voices in recordings that the app swore were silent. On the legal pad, the list stacked up in neat bullet points. In my chest, it all felt like a knot. If this were a story with a neat answer, this is the part where I'd pick a side. Give you a villain you can aim at. A human? There's an argument for that. Maybe there's some long-haul predator out here, someone who's learned to use storms as cover. Someone who saw what happened to that delivery driver decades ago and decided to copy the setup. Pick blizzard nights. Wait for the roads to clear out. Approach isolated houses with a story that makes people hesitate and feel guilty. Test doors, test chains, test how far people will go to keep their conscience clean without risking their lives. If you want to stay in that lane, everything flatten into something cold but understandable. He's copying a pattern he knows works. The tech glitches are just that. Bad firmware, overloaded servers, too many devices and too many storms. Or maybe it's not one guy. Maybe it's different desperate people, storm after storm, all falling into the same script by coincidence because this is the story your brain writes when the world outside tries to kill you. My car is stuck. I'm freezing. I need help. We all repeat ourselves when we're afraid. The other theory is harder to say out loud. Maybe there's something else. An echo of that driver who died near 17, or of all the ones who never made it home. A pattern that has become its own kind of entity. Not a ghost in a sheet, nothing you can point a flashlight at and reveal with a jump scare. Just a repetition. A behavior that's learned how to wear a body when it needs one. Maybe whatever froze him to death liked the shape of the story enough to keep telling it. Storm. Crash. Man at the door. Promise through the wood. I'll call someone. You wait by your vehicle. Door doesn't open. Someone dies. The story gets sharper each time it runs. You can dress that up in spiritual language if you want. Call it a haunting, a curse on the county roads, unfinished business. You can keep it clinical and call it a mimetic pattern, a self-replicating script that invades people's lives through stories, through cameras, through guilt. I don't know. What I do know is that our devices, the things we bought to feel safer, are not neutral in this. They're part of it now. Doorbell cameras, security feeds, apps that happily buffer pieces of your life to a cloud you've never seen. Microphones you think you turned off. Mics that still somehow capture the exact words you say in your hallway and play them back for strangers across town, in the middle of their own storms. I can't pretend it's all just faulty silicon anymore. Not after hearing my voice promise 911 on someone else's porch. Not after watching my own front step at 2:17 a.m. and seeing a man who doesn't collect snow on his shoulders. So here is the sentence I keep coming back to, the one I can't unthink no matter how many times I try. Either way, something out here has learned how to use the storm, the road, and our own devices against us. If it's human, that's horrifying enough. Someone out there knows that bad weather, rural isolation, and cheap security tech add up to a perfect hunting ground. They know that people's fear and compassion will fight each other on the other side of the door, and they're willing to push until one wins. If it's not human, if it's some kind of echo wearing different bodies and hijacking audio streams, that's worse in a different direction. Because how do you fight something that can plug itself into every house on every dark county road as soon as someone installs a camera? How do you outthink something that only exists when the weather gives it cover and our guilt gives it voices? I don't get to pick which version is real. This isn't that kind of story. What I get instead is this. Sitting at my desk on County Road 17, typing this all out for a horror channel I used to fall asleep to. I'm not pretending this is a public service announcement. I know how that would sound. Lock your doors. Don't let strangers in during blizzards. Check your camera settings. You've heard that before. You either already do those things, or you've decided you won't. This is more selfish than that. I'm writing this because I need it out of my head and into someone else's. I need the pattern to live somewhere besides inside my walls. Maybe if other people hear it, it stops being just mine. It's late. The glow from my monitors has turned the rest of the room into shadow. The only real light comes from the desk lamp and the little blue LED on my modem, blinking as it sends my words off to a server somewhere. Outside, the forecast says a cold snap is coming in overnight. Not a full blizzard, not yet. Just enough to remind the roads what they're capable of when they try. The house is in that deep night mode where every sound carries. The fridge motor kicks off, and the silence afterward feels too big. The furnace sighs into life, air whooshing through the ducts like it's squeezing past someone in the hallway. Every creak in the ceiling makes me glance up, picturing footprints that stop, handprints that don't wash off. I'm mid-sentence, typing the word against, when a small rectangle pops up at the corner of my screen, Windows notification style, familiar blue and white. Ring, motion detected, front door, 3:17 a.m. My hands freeze on the keyboard. For a second, I think it's a glitch. Muscle memory sending a ghost notification from an app I removed. Then I remember. I haven't reinstalled Ring. I haven't set up new cameras. There is no device attached to my account anymore. The notification sits there, solid, like any other alert. The timestamp doesn't move. 3:17 a.m. I glance at the clock in the corner of my monitor. It says the same thing. 3:17 a.m., not a recording. Not a clip from another night being replayed. This is now, if any of this is real. The cursor on my document blinks at the end of the sentence I just finished. The house breathes around me. The wind outside picks up, just enough to rattle something loose on the siding. For a moment, everything, storm nights, old articles, Facebook posts, stolen voices, muddy handprints, vanished footprints, narrows to that one line of text on my screen. Motion detected, front door, 3:17 a.m. Whatever this is, it is not finished with County Road 17, and apparently, it is not finished with me. 7.1. Writing this down while it's still happening. By the time you hear this, I'll have had more time than I want to decide whether I should have opened that notification. Right now, I am still in the moment where it just appeared. The house is dark in the way only rural houses get dark. No city glow leaking under the blinds. No neighbors' porch lights bleeding in at the edges. Just the cold blue from my laptop screen and the small yellow circle of my desk lamp barely reaching the far end of the room. Everything beyond that is suggestion and shadow. The clock on my desktop says 3:17 a.m. My phone, lying face up next to the keyboard, agrees. The little battery icon next to the time looks annoyed that I'm still awake. I'm halfway through a sentence when the notification slides into the lower right corner of my laptop screen, neat as a calendar reminder. Ring. Motion detected. Front door. Trenton a.m. It sits there, solid, like any other alert. For a second, I actually think I'm hallucinating it. I unlinked the doorbell weeks ago. I removed the device from my account. As far as my settings are concerned, I don't have a front door camera anymore. There is nothing that should be able to send me this message. But there it is. The words blur a little until I blink hard. They don't go away. I look at my phone. Nothing on the lock screen yet. Just the ghostly reflection of my own face over a wallpaper photo of the lake from last summer. Then, as if it's catching up, the phone buzzes and lights up. Same blue banner, same wording. Missed motion, front door, 3:17 a.m. For a moment, neither timeline, past or present, matters. There's just right now, me in a chair on County Road 17, and the knowledge that some part of a system I thought I cut loose still thinks it's watching my front step. On the laptop, the document I've been working on waits patiently. It's the email I keep telling myself I'm going to send to one of those horror channels, the ones that read true stories in a calm voice over stock footage of dark roads and empty houses. Everything from the day I first saw the listing for this place up to the library microfilm and the neighbor's TV cold case is already in there, sprawled across pages and pages. I started writing it because it felt like the only way to get any of this out of my head. I kept writing it because somewhere along the way, I realized I wasn't just recounting what happened. I was trying to convince myself that it did happen, that I hadn't stitched it all together from late-night videos and bad dreams. And now, as I'm describing the notification that showed up at 3:17 a.m., it shows up at 3:17 a.m. Two lines of time run next to each other for a second. The one where I'm telling you about all this from a safe distance, with everything already wrapped and decided, and the one where I haven't clicked anything yet, and still have a choice about how much more of this I want to know. I sit very still and listen. The house sounds like it always does at this hour. The furnace has just finished a cycle. The ducts tick as they cool. In the walls, warm air that was rushing a minute ago settles into quiet. The fan on my laptop whirs softly, working just a little too hard for a document full of text. Outside, the wind's changed since midnight. It's not the constant roar of the blizzard that night, but it's stronger than it was an hour ago. Every few seconds, it throws itself against the siding in heavy, hollow blows that land on the same sections of wall over and over. One of those spots is almost exactly where the muddy handprints used to be. When the gusts hit, the sound carries up through the studs and drywall, turning into a deep, flat boom that vibrates just enough to be felt in the floorboards before it dies out. If I close my eyes for half a second, it might as well be someone's shoulder slamming into the back door again. It's amazing what your brain can repurpose when it's motivated. Another gust hits. Another muted boom. The curtain over the living room window moves almost imperceptibly, parting a fraction of an inch, as if someone breathing on the other side of the glass has swayed it. On the desk, my pointer hovers just above the trackpad. The notification on the laptop fades after a few seconds, sliding away. The one on my phone stays, waiting. I know from experience what happens if I tap it. The app will open. It will fetch whatever is sitting on the other end of that alert. A thumbnail, a 20-second slice of whatever the front step looked like when the system decided something moved. Under normal circumstances, that's all it is. A UPS guy, a cat, blowing snow. Under my circumstances, it's never just that anymore. The past few weeks have taught me that looking is not neutral. Every time I've checked a clip, it has given me something I didn't ask for. Knocks I shouldn't hear, voices that shouldn't exist, shapes that disintegrate the second I try to pause on them. Every time I've opened the app to get answers, I've walked away with more questions and one more reason not to trust my own hardware. There is a small, cowardly part of me that wants to ignore this one. Leave the notification there until the lock screen times out. Pretend the alert was some kind of delayed echo in the system, or a leftover event from when the doorbell was still technically mine. Go back to the sentence I was typing. Whatever this is, it is not finished with County Road 17. Finish the story, hit send, and put it in someone else's mouth to tell. But then there's the other part, the one that keeps remembering the half-caught frame at the edge of the 217 clip, the curve of a shoulder just outside view, the way the man on Oak Ridge stood perfectly still for 15 seconds while my stolen voice explained to him how help would arrive. The one that keeps circling around the old newspaper article about a driver who never made it home because nobody opened the door, and the neighbor who has been replaying that night in her head ever since. If I don't look, and something is standing on my porch right now, am I safer because I didn't see it? Or am I just blind? My right hand moves before I've fully decided. I pick up the phone. The screen wakes under my thumb. The alert expands when I tap it, opening the Ring app that I'm sure I uninstalled. For a heartbeat, nothing loads. Just a white background and the blue logo, hanging there like an eye-opening. Then the event list appears. At the top, above the grayed-out device inactive message that shouldn't be there if the device is truly gone, is a single new entry. Today, 3:17 a.m. Motion, front door, duration 0020. No label about audio, no video only caveat. Just a small thumbnail too dark and too tiny to make out anything. My thumb hovers over it. I realize my heart rate has kicked up enough that I can hear it in my ears, a muffled thudding like someone knocking from inside my chest. The room feels smaller than it did a minute ago. The edges of the lamplight seem closer. On my laptop screen, the document stares back. The last line I wrote sits there like a dare. And apparently, it is not finished with me. Sometimes you don't get to narrate from a safe distance. Sometimes the story catches up while you're still trying to decide how to tell it. I could lie to you and say that I went to check the physical door first, that I crept to the peephole, that I armed myself with the kitchen knife, that I made all the sensible moves before doing the stupid one. I didn't. I sat there in my computer chair, feet cold on the hardwood, phone heavy in my hand, and I did the thing I know I shouldn't do. I tapped the clip. The screen shifted. The familiar black video player opened. The spinning blue circle appeared in the center, searching for 20 seconds of my life stored who knows where. The app hesitated for a fraction of a second longer than it should have, as if even the connection itself was reluctant to bring whatever was on the other side back here. Then the buffering icon vanished, and the first frame of the last clip I still haven't deleted began to load. 7.2. The man outside and the voice inside. The clip opens on the same view I've stared at 100 times now. My front porch, under that tired yellow light. The video stutters for half a second as the buffer catches up, then solidifies. The timestamp at the top reads 3:17:02 a.m. The image is oddly clean for once. The storm has not started yet. The snow is just a thin, lazy drift of flakes sliding sideways through the cone of light. The boards of the porch are visible, the steps, the rail, the white siding beyond. For the first 3 seconds, nothing moves. I almost convince myself this is going to be another empty clip, a glitch, a leftover event from before I removed the device, some phantom alert that never had a body attached to it. Then, from the far left side of the frame, something steps in, not a blur, not a suggestion, a person. He enters slowly from the edge of the camera's field of view, like he's been standing just out of sight and decided it's time to be seen. A man in a dark parka, green or blue, it's hard to tell under the jaundiced porch light. Hood up, shoulders squared, hands relaxed at his sides. He walks no more than 2 steps and then stops dead center in the frame, right in the brightest part of the light. He's facing the door. From the camera's angle, that puts him almost perfectly facing me. He does not raise his hand. He does not reach for the bell. He does not move at all. I realize I'm holding my breath and force myself to exhale quietly, as if making a sound in my own living room might somehow alert him. The temperature outside, according to the tiny weather widget in the corner of my laptop screen, is 3 degrees above zero. I know from long experience that in that kind of cold, every breath you take outside is visible. You exhale and it hangs in front of you in a thick white cloud, especially under a light like mine. The man in the clip is not breathing, or more precisely, if he is, it leaves no trace. His chest might be moving under the parka, I can't tell. But there is no bloom of white under the shadow of his hood. No burst, no puff, no transient cloud that matches the rhythm of someone trying to keep warm. The snow on his shoulders and hood is wrong too. It's there, an even dusting of white along the seams of the coat, a light frosting on the top of his head where the hood curves, but it's static. The flakes that blow past through the air skitter and swirl, catching light at different angles. The snow on him does none of that. It doesn't build. It doesn't slide. It looks like someone painted a snow layer onto him and then forgot to let it react to the rest of the scene. Something about that stillness, that refusal to interact with the environment he's standing in, makes my stomach twist harder than any amount of screaming or pounding would have. In the clip, the only sound at first is wind. Through the headphones, it's a low rumble, the mic picking up the way it curls around the corner of the house and pushes past the tiny grill. There's also the soft hiss of the camera's own electronics, the internal static I'm used to hearing by now. The man stands there in the middle of all that noise, an unmoving shape in a world that refuses to stop moving around him. At second 4, my voice arrives. It's like the clip inhales and then plays me back. I'll call 911. You can wait by your car. Clear, centered, not muffled by a door this time. Not coming from behind the mic, the way it did on the storm night. Just laid flat over the image, as if the app has decided this is the right soundtrack for any scene featuring this man. My voice in the clip sounds exactly like it did that night. Same cadence, same small hitch before car, like I'm catching myself before saying truck instead. But here, in this moment, I am not standing behind the door saying it. I am in my living room, eyes on the screen, jaw clenched, saying nothing at all. In the real house, my tongue is heavy and dry. In the video, I sound almost calm. The man in the parka does not react. He doesn't turn toward the camera. He doesn't tilt his head. He doesn't shift weight from one leg to the other. My words wash over him like he has heard them 100 times before and already knows every syllable. He simply stands there, facing my door, under my porch light, while my own voice explains a scenario that is not currently happening. At the top of the clip, in small gray text, it still says, "Video only, audio recording off." I could laugh if it didn't make me feel like throwing up. I scrub back 5 seconds, play it again, same thing. Empty porch, entry, stillness, wind, my voice. No breath from him, no physical movement from me. I feel a kind of vertigo that has nothing to do with motion sickness. It's the feeling of watching your own words float free of your body and attach themselves to someone else's night. I'm about to stop the clip, my thumb hovering over the pause icon, when it happens. At the 19-second mark, just as the video is about to end, 3 knocks explode in my ears. Bam, bam, bam. The sound hits from 2 directions at once. In the clip, they are loud enough to shake the image slightly, the mic distorting on the impact. In the room, at the same time, the physical door in front of my house jumps in its frame. The vibration travels through the floorboards to the legs of my chair. The glass in the side lights buzzes. I feel the knocks in my ribs. I physically jerk back from the screen, my chair skidding an inch across the hardwood. The headphones clamp the sound even closer to my skull, trapping me between recorded and real. For a heartbeat, I don't know which way to look. The clip ends, snapping to a replay icon. The room is suddenly full of the real-world echoes of what I just heard in digital form. The house settles from the impact. A spoon in the sink rattles once, then goes quiet. My pulse is so loud in my ears, it might as well be another noise in the system. Very slowly, I take the headphones off and let them sit around my neck. The room feels colder without them, as if they'd been holding some of my body heat in. I glance toward the front hallway. From where I'm sitting, I can't see the door itself, just the edge of the wall that leads to it. No shadow breaks the line of light along the floor. No silhouette crosses the faint glow leaking from the porch through the frosted glass. For a long few seconds, all I do is listen. No second knock, no follow-up. Whoever or whatever hit the door 3 times is content with that. My phone screen has gone dark in my hand. I wake it up and drag the clip back to the last second, the one right before the knocks. I switch back to the headphone reality because at least there I can hit pause. Frame by frame, I tap my way through the last 2 seconds of the video. The man is still there, motionless. The snow continues to ignore him. The porch light hums silently in the corner of the frame. Then, between one tap and the next, his face changes. It happens in a single frame. Not a smooth transition, not a slow reveal. Just one frozen moment where the blur under the hood resolves into something I know better than I want to. Me. Not a perfect copy. A corrupted version. Like someone took a photo of me from my work badge or a driver's license, stretched it over a slightly wrong skull shape, and let the compression chew on it. The eyes are in the right place. The nose is mostly right. The mouth is mine, down to the small asymmetry at one corner that I only ever notice in mirrors and hate seeing in photos. But everything is pulled a fraction of an inch where it shouldn't be. Eyes too wide, jawline too tight, skin mapped badly onto a face that wasn't built to wear it. It's like looking into a funhouse mirror designed by someone who has only ever encountered you in low resolution. I tap again, shock overriding fear for a split second. The next frame is ruined. Blocks of white and gray, snow smeared across everything like static. Whatever I just saw is gone, eaten by artifacting. I try to go back, to land exactly on the frame where my own face stares back at me from under that hood, but the app refuses to cooperate. Every time I get close, the image breaks. The pixels slide sideways. The man's head becomes a featureless shape again. It would be easy, right now, to tell myself I imagined it. That my brain, primed for horror, took one more generic blur and wrote my features onto it, because that was the scariest option available. But I know what I saw in that fraction of a second. That was not a stranger's face mistaken for mine. It was mine, badly imitated. It was someone, or something, that has had enough exposure to my image to approximate it. Enough time watching me through that tiny fisheye lens. Enough frames cached on some server that it could build a low-budget version of me when it wanted to. Combined with the stolen audio, the conclusion is miserable and simple. Whatever is out there has learned my voice from the recordings. And now, apparently, it has learned my face too. 7.3. The ending you're hearing right now. By the time this reaches you, whether it is being read out loud on some horror channel or just scrolled past on a screen, I need you to understand something very simple. This is the same night I am writing it. I am not sitting here years later, safely separated from what happened by time and distance. I am in the same house on County Road 17. Same walls, same vents, same front porch where the last clip came from. The words you are hearing, if someone is reading this to you, are being recorded in the exact room where he just stood at my door. Nothing about that makes me feel dramatic. It just makes me feel stupid. I told myself when I started typing this out that it was for me. Get the pattern out of my head, pin it down in paragraphs, make it something I can send to a stranger who'll put creepy music under it and call it content. Turn it into a story so it stops being a life. That was the theory. But stories are greedy. The farther you drag them, the more they try to pull you with them. Right now, the house is in that pre-storm lull. The forecast says we might get light to moderate accumulation overnight, just enough to make the roads slick and keep the plows honest. On TV, the anchors are smiling about it. They say things like, "Nothing like the last one," and a good night to stay in with a movie. No historic this time. No dramatic red banners. The wind didn't get that memo. It's been pacing around the siding for the last hour, coming in irregular bursts. Sometimes it just brushes the walls and passes on. Sometimes it drags something with it. Ice, loose snow, maybe a branch. And I hear a long, low scrape along the side of the house that sounds uncomfortably like a hand sliding slowly down vinyl. Right now, one of those scrapes is working its way from the corner of the living room toward the bedroom. I can feel it more than hear it, a faint vibration traveling through studs and drywall, like a fingertip tracing the outline of my floor plan from the outside. The furnace chooses that moment to cut out. The blower stops with a soft click, and the constant whoosh of warm air that I've been half ignoring all night collapses into silence. Not a normal quiet, but that thick, heavy kind where every little noise suddenly sounds amplified. My fingers on the keys, the small hitch in my breathing, the tiny plastic creak of the chair when I shift my weight. For a few seconds, the house feels like it's holding its breath with me. If someone is reading this story to you, there might be some music playing underneath, or some stock wind noise edited in, layered, controlled, safe. I'm asking you to do something that is going to feel weird for a second. Try to imagine what it sounds like when none of that is added yet. Just the real wind, outside a real house. Just the real furnace shutting off. Just the quiet after. And me at a desk on a dead-end road, realizing I am now very aware of every inch between me and the front door. I close the laptop halfway. Not enough to put it to sleep, just enough that the glow drops and the room folds in tighter. The document is still open, the last sentence I wrote hanging unfinished. Whatever this is, has learned my voice and my face. I do not know what it wants next. I know, of course, what I want. I want to say I'm smarter than the people in the stories I've listened to for years. That I will not be the idiot who walks toward the sound instead of away from it. That I will be the narrator who learned something and lived better because of it. Instead, I stand up and pick up the laptop. The cord snakes off the desk behind it. I tug it free and let it hang. The screen bobs slightly with each step, the cursor jumping as my hand shakes. The hallway from the office to the front door feels longer at night, like the house is stretching it while I'm not looking. I pass the bedroom on the way. The door is half open. Inside, the moonlight sneaking through the blinds paints pale bars across the floor. I do not have to look, but I do, just for a second, at the section of wall where the handprints used to be. I scrubbed them off weeks ago with soap, water, and more pressure than the vinyl deserved. There is nothing left you would notice if you were just walking by. I still see them. Not clearly, not in any photographic way. Just in memory overlay. The shape of two big hands, spread and sliding, a few inches above where my head is when I lie in bed. It's like the after image you get when you stare at something bright too long, and then close your eyes. I blink, and it doesn't go away. I should move, I hear myself say out loud, just to prove my voice still belongs to me in here. I should take the next job that comes with a cubicle and a landlord. The house does not respond. At the end of the hall, the front door waits. White paint, brass hardware, deadbolt I used the night of the blizzard, chain I slid across before I told him I'd call 911 for him. The laptop screen reflects a small, warped version of me in the dark glass of the sidelight. I look as tired as I feel. There's a strange comfort in seeing my own face where I expect it, after watching a wrong version of it under a hood on my own porch. That comfort does not last long. Here's the part where, in a normal story, I would tell you exactly what I did. I would describe my hand on the knob, the weight of the chain, the decision to slide it off or keep it in place. I would feed you one answer. I opened the door and finally saw him clearly, or I did not and retreated. And now you know which version of me made it to the end credits. I am not going to give you that. Not because I think I'm clever, not because I want to leave it up to interpretation like some pretentious movie. I'm not telling you because what I did next genuinely feels less important than what happened after and who it happened to. Here is what I will tell you. About a week after that night, after the notification, after the last clip, after the 3 knocks that hit both my speakers and my actual door at the same time, my phone buzzed while I was on a call for work. It was a text from Linda, the neighbor. "Hey, can you look at something for us? Dale's ring caught something weird last night." I finished helping a guy in Ohio reset his password, mumbled something about logging notes, and then called her back. They emailed me the video. They still don't really trust the cloud, so it came as an attachment. Clumsy and a little too big for their connection. The file name was whatever the system had auto-generated. Numbers, underscores, the date. I opened it on my laptop, sitting in the same chair I'm in right now. Different porch this time. Different house. Same yellow light. The snow was coming down harder than it had been at my place that week. A steady sheet of white moving past their camera. In the frame, centered neatly in the middle of their welcome mat, stood a man in a dark parka. Hood up, shoulders squared, head tilted slightly toward the door. He did not move. He did not knock. He did not ring the bell. The audio kicked in at second 3. "I'll call 911. You can wait by your car." My voice. Not someone who sounded like me. Not a similar accent. Mine. Same tired edges, same small drag on the word wait. It even had the faint echo of my entryway, not theirs. I could hear it. I've heard it in my own clips enough times to know the difference. In the background behind that sentence, you could hear Linda's TV playing a game show rerun. Neither she nor Dale spoke in the clip. They were in the kitchen at the time, she told me later, arguing about whether they should turn the thermostat down at night to save money. When I met them in person the next day, they sat me at the same table as always, handed me coffee that had been reheated twice. Dale asked, as casually as he could manage, "Is that you? Did you come over that night and mess with our camera as some kind of joke?" I told them the truth. "No," I said. "I didn't leave my house." They believed me, or they wanted to. Either way, it did not make them feel better. Here is the part where I circle back to you, because this is not just about my dead-end road, or my door, or my particular version of that sentence. I am not the only person in a lonely house who has ever heard a knock they didn't answer. Streams, channels, videos, the one you're on right now, make it easy to treat stories like this as something that only lives on a screen. Background noise while you cook. Something to fall asleep to. A vibe. I did that too, before all this. I listened to other people talk about weird knocks and wrong faces and strange recordings. Thought, man, that's messed up. And then went to bed in a condo with neighbors on both sides and a paid security guard in the lobby. Now I live in a place where if someone pounds on my door at midnight in a whiteout, I might be the only option they have, or the only one it has. The forecast tonight says the new system moving in might cause brief periods of near-zero visibility on rural routes. Not historic, not headline-worthy. Just enough to make the highways sloppy and the county roads worse. I've taken down my ring. The screw holes are empty. The app is gone from my home screen. In theory, I have cut myself out of the loop. It doesn't matter. Whatever is using these storms has already memorized my voice. It has already tried on my face like a mask. It has played me back to strangers through devices I don't own and stood under lights that aren't wired into my panel. It doesn't need my hardware anymore to leave pieces of me behind on somebody else's porch. So here is the only piece of advice I'm qualified to give, and it is not a comforting one. If a stranger ever knocks on your door in the middle of a whiteout and tells you his car is in the ditch, listen carefully. If the story sounds familiar, that's bad enough. If he sounds even a little bit like me, you should probably decide right now whether you want to be the one who opens the door or the one whose voice gets left behind.